Ma, ma, ma. Hello? 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 Bop bop. Hello? Penis. I think, what the fuck? Why did that show up? Accidentally clicking on shit. Somehow. I don't know how. How do you even do that? I accidentally click on something on the complete opposite side of the whole everything. The whole of everything. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Dude, I gotta turn off this face tracking thing. Because whenever I have to look at this monitor, it just goes... And it like pans all the way. I guess that's not terrible. It just has like a coaster and pens and stuff from when I was signing shit. It has my keys. And it has the thing for when we're cutting. It has the keyboard for the monitor, or for like the computer, for the DDR machine in the back. And then it has my soundboard. Or part of it. I guess I could just press that whenever I go AFK. It's a chill song. But it's like super far away. I have my stream deck here that I should be putting sound effects. But yeah, it sucks like whenever I like move my head over here, it just like tracks my whole head. But like my camera just does it automatically. I think I put in some setting. I just don't remember where it was in the application. So I don't know how to disable it. I'd have to look around for it. The application is so not intuitive. There are some, I don't know. There's some things that bother me more than anything else when it comes to actual, I don't even know how to say it. Like, software development, I guess. And all of it comes down to probably the fact that there are no good UI UX people. I think if you're a user interface and user experience person, like you know how to design stuff, like if you can edit things, like if you're good at like image editing, maybe some video editing and stuff like that, but you'll also know about the user experience and you can like combine those two and you're good at that. Like if you could do both of those, because there's a big difference between like being an artist and being a designer. Like a designer will make things look good. You're almost like a director kind of thing, right? You're like directing it. You're like making the scene look cohesive and makes sense type shit, right? That's like what your job is as a UI UX person. You're essentially the director for the player, or you're teaching the player how to be the director of the application, I guess is the best way to put it. I guess that's really the only way to put it. You're really just teaching the player how to be the director of the application. Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're doing, because you're literally directing them to certain parts of the application that you want them to be on, because you want them to be on certain parts of the application when they want to do what they fucking want to do, right? Because that makes sense. It makes sense. So, yeah. And just for some reason, people only seem to get like image editors, and they just like throw it on the screen. And I feel like they don't even get like, I even think like some web developers, if not a lot of web developers, can make the user experience of a video game better. Like the UI and the UX better. Just as like a web developer. I think a lot of those people, it's borderline. A lot of them can. Most of them probably still can't, but a lot of them probably still could. It's in their realm of capabilities, because they're able to actually design shit, which is kind of important. But they also have to. I mean, web developers also do have to worry about the user experience, which is why they have a UI UX team. And they have. Yeah, because even web apps have UI UX teams, and then they just have like the web developers code it. But there's still like a design team behind it. So even then, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the problem can be resolved outside of changing the mentality of people who are actually doing the artwork, or people who are actually just doing the design work, to know that that UI UX is one thing and not separate, or art and design are two separate things and not separate. I think that would be the most important thing. It's probably the biggest thing. Is that they just don't know that they're tied together. And I think it's a mentality thing, because there's a lot of artists out there that I tried to talk to about certain things to get like scenes right, like in the background, but it seems like most people just like concentrate on one thing and they just don't know how to do the other. And which is fine, because a lot of people specialize in one thing. But if you're advertising yourself as an artist, then yeah, you're literally just an artist, and you're probably just going to get replaced by AI. Now, the best way, I would say, like if you're an artist and you're worried about getting replaced by AI, I would say the easiest transition, if you're still trying to stay in art, would be to transition into UI UX. Because then you can still use your artwork, and your UI UX stuff is going to be better, because AI doesn't know what a user experience feels like because there's no feelings in artificial intelligence yet. It doesn't quite know what that looks like yet. Anyway, I don't know when it's going to get to that point. I don't know if people are going to. I mean, from what it feels like already, it feels like people are already using AI for UI UX because it's trash in like almost every video game, including AAA games. The UI UX it's just fucking atrocious. Whether it's in game when you're fighting, whether it's at the homepage, whether it's in like a pause menu, whether it's I mean, there's so many different things just to where the UI UX is atrocious. And it can be improved upon in so many different ways. And I think that's just like an objective truth. I don't think that's subjective in any way. It is subjective, but it is also objective. Can something be subjective and objective at the same time? Actually, don't know. I don't think I know enough about philosophy. That's probably a philosophy question. I never took a philosophy class. So I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me. It probably should. Yeah, it probably should. Let's see. Yeah, I think we pretty much have everything good to go. Do we want to, speaking of big companies, I heard that the Switch 2 was un-hackable. And then apparently they're already, because they've marketed it as unhackable. But apparently it looks like some people got their hands on it ahead of time and have started the process. It's not a full
Yes, it's
jailbreak.
already happening. The gates of Nintendo's
Switch to unhackable. And then I heard that Nintendo was remotely bricking things. Nintendo bricking Switch 2. Now, I haven't heard about this. But does the MIG switch actually brick this? Does the MIG... Okay. So, I'll have that open. Because I'm really interested in this. This is super interesting to me. So, hold on. Da-na-na-na. Nintendo finally bricked somebody's Switch 2. Already? Okay, so is Nintendo doing it or are people doing it? That's my question. Do not buy. I told you. I was right about the Switch 2. Is this the video that I already have up? I think it is. Does he have videos about it? Here's what's in a Switch 2 game key cartridge. Switch 2 hacking situation gets interesting. And here's so this guy talks a lot about it. Holy fuck. Okay. Yeah, Switch 2 system just got leaked. And a big 2025 game just gets confirmed. News. This fucking
So
guy.
what happens when
So what happened was. So that's that guy. Interested to see Nintendo actually bricking somebody's Switch 2, because that's what I heard. I heard that I was always under the impression that I don't know. Hey, there's that guy. That's in the other video. Our thoughts on the Switch 2 before launch. Dun, dun, dun. That's an hour-long video. I'd watch it if it wasn't an hour. Maybe I'll watch it. I could watch that tomorrow, depending on how many people are actually interested in this Switch stuff. I'm not a console player, so I don't super care, but I always love hating on Nintendo. Because Nintendo kind of fucked over the Smash Brothers community for so long. I feel like if the game company is backing the tournament scene because the tournament scene is so large or so healthy, then there's less issues, potentially. But the Smash Brothers community, especially the Melee community, Nintendo was like going out of their way to just like kind of fuck over the whole Melee community. Most likely because they wanted them to play the newer version of the game, but like there was hacked versions of the game that essentially essentially altered stages. So like on Pokemon Stadium, where it had that transformation, where it had the big rock on the left side of it, when that transformation would happen in a tournament, pretty much one person would stay on that one side of the rock and the other person would just kind of avoid it because it's just like a really awkward fight area and it's just like a dangerous place to fight. And someone like almost always dies, and it's just like typically one of the people that is playing will have an advantage in that small area, and that's the person that will go there. But usually both people won't have an advantage. Or if both people have an advantage, the first person there will have the advantage. That type shit, right? So once one person there, the other person is not going over there. And so they just have to wait for that transformation to end, which I don't know how long those transformations are, but I think it's like 30 seconds or something. So literally nothing happens for 30 seconds. So it was just like a wasted transformation type thing. It was a waste of time. It round down the clock. Nothing interesting was happening. It was, so it was a bad viewing experience. Obviously, it was a bad playing experience. And of course, you did have people that would contest that area. So it wasn't always like that, but it was like 90%, 95% that way. And if there are like the pro Melee people in here, so if I have like Taj or like, I don't think, I think Taj may be the only one that would have the authority over that on me. But I think he would probably agree with me. He would probably have more elaboration on it, or more insight into it, just because he's been in the scene for a long time, and he was actually like a kind of like a semi-pro player. He used to go to, they used to drive in tournaments and stuff all the time, and I don't know. Anyway, so with the hacked version. They also removed the win from the stage. I want to say it was one of Kirby's stages. I don't know the name of the stage. But that tree that would just like blow one way and that would blow the other way. the animation would still happen, but the win would not happen. And so that was the thing. I think they altered one of the stages to change the height. Maybe it might have been the height of one of the platforms. I think. I don't know. They changed a few stages to make them playable, to make the viewing experience a little bit better. I think they could have possibly changed some other maps to make them tournament viable. Maybe. I mean, back in the day, Pokemon Stadium was viable or was allowed, right? So that is obviously not something that we really want in tournaments anymore. I mean, it would be fun for maybe a show match or a money match type thing, like a side event. But for like a serious tournament, probably not, right? Probably not something that we want to have for a serious match. But anyway, so they made a lot of changes to make tournaments just a better overall experience for players and viewers, which I think is fine. But it did require hacking the game. However, the game is so old, and I don't believe they produce the game anymore at all. I could be wrong, but I don't believe they produce the game anymore. So you can't buy it. So having a hacked version and then putting it on your own like little disc or your own whatever, and then getting it on the GameCube seems perfectly fine, in my opinion. If something is not being sold and not actively being made and you can't get your hands on it, I think it's fine for you to do like whatever you want with it. The problem is that then, especially when it gets really big, because like the Smash Brothers scene is huge. Because at one point there was like more entrances in the Smash Brothers tournament than I think it was like every other fighting game combined, or like the next 2 or 3 fighting games combined at EVO. I want to say it was. I don't remember. I think that was the last. That was like EVO 2016 or 2017. I think that was one of the last times Smash Brothers was even at EVO, or the second to the last time Smash Brothers was at EVO. And then they prevented it. That might have been all of Smash Brothers combined, because I think they had Melee and Smash 4 at that EVO. So that might have been all of Smash Brothers combined, not just Melee. But there was like 1,000 people that showed up for Melee. There was a fuck ton. So there's demand for the tournament. And then they made something called Slippy, which allows you to play online, which is a feature that wasn't available before. So they were essentially making an online version for it, and it has rollback code, so it's actually a really good fighting game. It's better than pretty much all other fighting games for netcode, which is very surprising. It's very surprising just because it's somebody that doesn't. It had to have been made from somebody who currently has a job and is very, very good at whatever the fuck they do. I couldn't imagine it's just like some random high school or something that did it, but maybe it was. I don't remember exactly. Either way, so they made an online version of it, and so people can run tournaments off that. I think there may be a ranking system now. I don't know what system they're using. Like, I don't know if they're using like the Glyco Elo or whatever it is. But regardless, Nintendo doesn't like Nintendo essentially sent a cease and desist to all tournaments and said, hey, you can't use any hacked versions. You have to use the official version. And it kind of fucked a lot of tournaments because it's really hard to get your hands on just an original copy of Smash Brothers. It's just like Smash Brothers Melee specifically. It's just like really, really fucking hard. So, yeah, they're just fucking them, and they don't add any money to the prize pool. There's stories about tournament organizers talking to Nintendo, trying to get extra money put into a prize pool, and them kind of like saying yes, and then them not doing it, or them like beating around the bush, and them being like not really enthusiastic about it. And it's like, dude, we're promoting your game, but you're not allowing us to. And then like when games come out, like the game comes out on the 5th, but you can like pre-download it sometimes. But even if you don't pre-download it, like Australia, I believe, is an hour ahead of Japan. What time is it in Japan? 3:38. What time is it in Australia? Yeah, by an hour. So what was happening is that people in Australia would get the game unlocked an hour ahead. So they would stay up till like midnight. The game would come out. They would start playing, and then they would get like a hard strike on their YouTube channel because it was technically the next day. It was technically the 5th for them, but it wasn't the 5th for Japan. It was still the 4th. It was just the 4th at 11 p.m. It just wasn't, it was the 5th at midnight for Australia. Oh, and it's 5:38 here, so it's like there's 2 hours ahead there. So yeah, there's problems with that. So they still do that. They'll just DMCA people's channels, but they don't even like DMCA people. They just straight up copyright strike people for using their content and stuff. When Twitch was first like kind of becoming bigger, back in, I want to say 2015ish or 2013, it might have been when the sale actually finalized. So like 2012, 2013, maybe when League of Legends had big tournaments and Dota was having the bigger tournaments, and those were like super hype because they were like the first big gaming tournaments that were over $1 million. Like the prize pool was over $1 million. At that point, like Nintendo was paying attention. They realized people were streaming Nintendo games on Twitch, and I think they were sending DMCA strikes to those people as well. And I believe they were going to sue Twitch. But there was some like arrangement or agreement that they came to. I don't remember the exact details. It was like 10 years ago or 12 years. It was so long ago. But they've just always been very notorious to keeping their own IP to themselves. Like if you wanted to make your own custom GameCube controller and try to sell GameCube controllers, like if you were making GameCube controllers, because they didn't sell them anymore. Like the official GameCube controllers, because I believe there was some for, was it the Switch? And then you had to have like an adapter, and then you could plug it in. But like those controllers were ass compared to the original ones. Because I believe there was a delay. Like the input there was like bad input delay, I think. I don't know. There was something weird with them to where it just wasn't. It could have been using a different joystick or different buttons or something like that. I'm not exactly sure what the differences were. I would have to talk to somebody that actually makes the controllers, who I haven't talked to in a really long time, actually. But there's been people that have tried to sell like GameCube controllers with parts like salvaged from broken GameCube controllers, and those companies have gotten shut down, and it's like, you don't even make the product anymore. It's like, well, why can't we not just like sell these? And it sucks. It sucks that Nintendo is like that, but they're just like they're so egregious with how aggressively vitriolic they are against their player base. But the thing is like, that's well, the thing is that it's Nintendo that's doing it, and not the gaming companies making the games. But I don't know if the gaming companies who are making the games are telling Nintendo to do it for them. Because I don't know how their IP laws work in Japan. I know it's really strict over there, but I don't know if it's like one of those kind of like what we have here. If we're like, if we're playing a game, or if I was to watch a movie on Twitch, right? It was owned by Lionsgate Films or something. I wouldn't get a notice from Lionsgate Films. I would get a notice from Twitch, because Lionsgate Films would go to Twitch. So I don't know if they have something to where the gaming company goes to Nintendo to take care of it, and then Nintendo does their thing. And then if Nintendo doesn't do their thing or their due diligence, then Nintendo gets sued. I don't know if that's a thing, because it could be a thing. But then again, the controllers situation wouldn't make any sense at that point, because Nintendo makes the controllers. Because Nintendo makes the hardware. They don't necessarily make the games. I think they produce the games. Some of them, maybe. But I don't think they really make the majority of the games. I could be wrong. I don't think they... I mean, they make some games, probably. What games have Nintendo actually made? Are they a developer? Okay, so they did make all the Mario shit. Alright. And Zelda? Okay. So then they did make... They did make Smash Brothers then. What company developed Smash Brothers? Okay, so Sakurai made it. Sora Limited. What is this? Video game developer. Okay. Video game developer founded by Sakurai, mainly to develop Smash Brothers Brawl. HAL Laboratory. Formerly shortened as or from Halcon. Okay, Japanese video game developer based in Tokyo. Okay, so Melee wasn't even made by Nintendo. Oh wait, never mind. It was owned by Nintendo. Oh wait, is it owned by Nintendo? No, it's not directly owned by Nintendo. Well, they have a long-standing and close relationship. HAL Laboratory is an all-independent company. Nintendo has provided financial support to them in the past, and they often collaborate in game development. Yeah, because I would say like they have a lot of shared IPs, obviously, because in Smash Brothers Melee and stuff, you have, Mario, Luigi. I mean, you have all those people in there, right? So, I mean, it would make sense that they have somewhat of a tight tie to them. It would make sense. It would make sense. Okay.
When you put a MIG switch in the Switch 2. So what happens when you put a MIG switch in the Switch 2? Now, I'm covering this because when I did an unboxing for the Switch 2, so many people were asking for me to put this little cartridge in the Switch 2 to see what would happen. Mostly because there was a post that was made online that said, this is ahead of the Switch 2's release, that it would be bricked completely if you put a MIG switch in there. It also mentioned that if you were changing different voltages inside the system, even slightly, the thing would brick. And the entire post just kind of read as fiction, to be honest. But I did say when I got a Switch 2, we would try it out right here. So I do have the MIG switch. This has actually I think 4 or 5 games that I dumped, like specifically from my cartridge.
Okay. So it's a Switch cartridge that has a little slot for an SD card.
So these are games that I do own that are on here.
Got it.
Unique certificate, the whole thing, right? And I brought out the Switch OLED here just to show that the MIG switch does indeed work. So we'll start with that, actually. Let me move this out of the way here. And I'm just going to go ahead and drop this in, and we'll cycle through. There we go. So we have the MIG switch OLED. We're just going to go through. So there we go. We have Tales of Vesperia, Definitive Edition.
Don't cut video. People are going to think you're swapping out shit.
Sonic Racing. And Wild Guns Reloaded. I feel like that's all of them. Yeah, so we're right back to Crash Bandicoot at that point. So there you go. The MIG switch does indeed work with several different games on there.
Interesting.
Let's pop back out.
So you just like
OLED off to the side.
plug
Switch
it in.
Okay, so I do have both.
So you just plug it in and it'll go to a different game, and then you pop it out, and then you plug it in and it'll load a different game, and then put it in and plug it in and okay.
To them, the OLED was also connected to Wi-Fi. This one, same deal. It does have the day one update, so it works fine with Switch 1 games. As you see, I had Mario Odyssey loaded up here, and then I also played Cyberpunk on it, so it is fully up to date.
Can you show us that it's working by playing a game first?
Let's pop the MIG switch in here. And there you go. It seems to read Tales of Vesperia fine. We'll pop it out, drop back in. Still stuck on Tales of Vesperia. Still stuck on Tales of Vesperia. So at least for now, it looks like it's reading specifically Tales of Vesperia, which wasn't even the last one that I left off on, as that was Crash Bandicoot. What happens if I try to launch it? Okay, it does need... I'm just going to launch it from here. I'm not going to try to download the update. Let's see if it'll even launch from here. It does not. Couldn't start the software. Return to the home menu and try again. Go again. So it does attempt to at least read the cartridge, but it just sees it as, I guess, one of the game files that's on here. Let me go back to the OLED.
I mean, I would assume that it wouldn't work, right? Because it's a completely different... It's a completely different system. You're going from a Switch to a Switch 2. Wait, do all the Switch cartridges work on the Switch 2? I wish Kitty was here. She knows more about the Switch. But she's not here. Sag. Let me see if anyone in the Discord server knows anything about it. Switch to and hacking it. A little bit. Just let them know that they don't have to show their face.
Real quick. I want to see if maybe just cycling back through here will have an effect on it. So it sees this Tales of Vesperia.
Okay, try to launch Tales of Vesperia on your Switch 1 and show us what it does. So you showed that it cycles through the games, and you showed that it didn't cycle through the games. You tried to launch it, it didn't work, but you didn't try to launch it on here. So how do I even know that?
Yeah.
Like, did it corrupt the software now?
Still just sees this Tales of Vesperia. It is not coming off of Tales of Vesperia at all right now. And actually, if I go to it, it says a software update is required for my Switch OLED, which is interesting. So there you go. It's downloading, I guess, for Tales of Vesperia, which I've definitely done that before here.
Okay, so now that it's updated, it has the updated software. Okay, is it actually launching it?
And it still loads it after I downloaded that update for it.
Okay, so now...
So while it works there, I've noticed that now, all of a sudden, after going from the Switch 2 to the OLED, I cannot get off of Tales of Vesperia. That's kind of interesting. I'm not really sure why. Because if I go over here... Let's go back to the Switch 2 for a second. So we're back to Tales of Vesperia. Let's download the update.
Shouldn't you power cycle it?
So the update's done. Let's go through as just basic user here on the Switch 2.
Shouldn't you power cycle it first?
And it still says couldn't start the software. So the Make Switch doesn't appear to brick the Switch 2, but it definitely doesn't play nice with it. Now it just says it can't... Oh, wait, there we go. Look, we're back to Sonic Racing now. So now it is cycling through it somewhat. I'm off to, like, Sonic Racing. That's just what it's on now, it looks like. Oh, now we're to Wild Guns. Okay, so it's at least cycling a bit better. Let's see if it'll play Wild Guns.
Didn't have to upload or download any updates there.
So the Make Switch can, it seems anyway, cycle at times. Not every time. But the Switch 2 can't read the Make Switch, basically. But it also doesn't brick the system immediately when you drop it in, okay? So this is kind of what I was expecting to happen, where it would still work on, like, the Switch OLED without any problems. But...
Yeah, it makes sense if they completely change the security infrastructure for it. Then that would make sense because you would need security. It's kind of like with Windows 11. So with Windows 11, wait, what the? What happened to my? Wait, what happened to my brush size? File, edit. Is there some bars that I don't see? Shouldn't it be this? Marker? Can I not choose the thickness anymore? Only on this? Oh. Whatever. Okay. So like Windows 11 has a super user, like a super secret admin user. Super secret admin user. I don't know why it exists, but it exists. So there's a super secret admin user that has access to everything and access to a lot of things that me, as a normal admin, I guess just like admin out of the box. So as an administrator out of the box that I don't have access to. And I find that very infuriating. The weird thing is that so you have your kernel layer and your software layer or whatever. Like what? Kernel, your software, so that'll be like your OS. So the admin out of the box will talk with this. All right. And then this super secret admin user has access to your admin out of the box, but your admin out of the box does not have access to this. Actually, let me... let me color that out. Okay, green. All right. Yeah, green. I don't know why I did black. We'll do orange. So this doesn't have access to that unless you manually log into it by going through the software OS layer. By doing this, you go to power and you have to hold down shift, I believe, and restart. Sorry, not shut down, restart. It's either shift or control. I don't remember. But once you do that, you'll get a new menu when you restart. And you can, from there, you can actually boot into safe mode because they got rid of that whole thing as well. Unless you do some roundabout shit. But this is the easiest way to do it, is just by logging in Windows and then holding, I want to say it's shift, and then holding down shift and then just restarting your computer, because then you'll just get a bunch of extra features. So you can log into this super secret admin user that has access to shit that your normal out of the box admin. So if you're trying to do anything like with, I actually don't, you should still be able to do stuff in Registry Editor, but there's a lot of things permission based. So, oh my God, why can I not think of it? I mean, just in the security tab of some files, depending on what the file is, it won't allow you to do certain things. Oh, let me see. If I just pull up like OBS. And I can show you that way. Element. Oh, yeah, there you go. Where's the actual... Where's the actual executable? Properties. There. It's here somewhere. There it is. Okay, first of all, I hate this new thing. This bugs the shit out of me. But if you go to properties and you go to security, there's like a system thing. And this system thing overwrites all your admins. So if your system, like if something gets installed under system and when it's installed under the system and you don't have administrators set to like allow with full control, you can't go into your admin and give your admin user full control or like your user's full control. Like, it doesn't allow you to do that. And I think it's because of stupid people, but it's really fucking annoying. Like when you're trying to do permissions and stuff for like your firewall and things like that. But like the admin out of the box can only work with like some parts of the OS. The OS obviously does shit with their kernel. And the super secret admin user can also do some stuff with the kernel. But the admin out of the box has issues with this as well. So it's like it just can't do stuff, and it's really fucking annoying. But I think it's just for, I mean, the super secret admin user does prevent a lot of bad things from happening to your computer. So it prevents you from like installing stupid shit or saving and downloading stupid shit. So I understand that it's good for like older people or people who aren't tech savvy. So like I kind of get it in that way, but the fact that there's no way to disable it or get rid of it or anything like that for people who know what they're doing or don't want it is annoying.
In this case, it won't launch it all on the Switch too, but it's also not going to destroy it completely. As for it cycling through games, I've had that happen here and there with the Make Switch anyway, and this could have just been one of those instances that was just lined up with going between the OLED and the Switch 2, and it just happened to be, or feel like doing that today, I guess. Because, as you see, we did cycle from Tales of Vesperia to Sonic Racing to Wild Guns, and if I can get it to go to Crash Bandicoot, that'll be all of the games that are on that SD card. There we go. So it did cycle through all of the games, but it doesn't want to play any of them. All right. And that could just be from, in general, updates to the way it's reading the cartridge. People, of course, talking about things like the authentication. There's like a chip on there specifically that does that. And yeah, Nintendo could have technically put that on a list that it just won't read from anymore. But there you go. The Make Switch in the Switch 2 does not brick it. Also doesn't work. Let me know what you guys think about this though down below, and give it a like if you enjoyed the video. Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.
All right, well, that explains that. So if you have a MIG switch for your Switch, it's not going to brick it. Good to know. All right, I'll link the video in chat if you're interested. Make sure to give it a like. It was a good video. Give it a like. If you're interested in more content like that, you can give them a sub.
So what happens?
I do like his content.
Today I'm talking about
let's see. Here's what's inside Switch 2 game key cartridge. Switch 2 hacking situation gets interesting. And a huge port upgrade. Dun 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 dun. Did someone say this was actually $700? Like, legitimately? There's no shot, right? Okay, it's 500. That still seems... This seems relatively expensive, no? Okay, is the Switch advertised as a handheld game or like a full-on console? I mean, I know it's kind of advertised as both because it can do both, but I typically only see, like, the main ads that I see are it being, like, more mobile. It's definitely still advertised to kids, so it being more expensive is like a power move because it's like a pressure on the parents to buy it for their kids type thing. Which usually when they came out with consoles before, it was a little bit before Christmas. So I'm surprised they're releasing it in June. That's actually kind of interesting. Does it already have an OLED screen? Text facts. Does not have an OLED screen. It is 120 hertz though. 1920 by 1080. It's kind of all you need on a screen that's that small. 8 inches. Yeah, and with an 8-inch screen, 1920 by 1080 at 120 hertz is fine. But I'd be interested in what their the screens. Holy shit! There was the black to black. Like the time it takes for a true black to get to a true white. What are they advertise it on TVs all the time. I'll just look at like Samsung TVs. That specs. Specs. I was like, wait, where are the specs? I'm like, surprise picture enhancer, 4K upscaling, and motion excel. I'm like, those are like 3 specs. Okay. What am I looking for? What is it called? Why did I forget what it was called? HDR. It has like a colon on it. Color, standard color, dynamic black EQ, yes. Do they only do it on monitors? Samsung monitors. I don't even know if they do it on monitors. Flat monitors, sure. Smart monitors. I don't know. What the fuck is a smart monitor? OLED G6? Damn. Wait, what's a fuck? 360 hertz? Yeah. Millisecond Is there the refresh? No, it can't be the refresh rate. This is fucking crazy. For $700? What's the... Yeah, and the fact that it's OLED... So I think OLEDs are like they actually go to true black because most TVs, like you'll notice this with like if you've ever had a MacBook. Actually might be able to show it to you right now because I have a MacBook that's having that problem possibly. No, it's not happening. But can I even turn it down? I don't even know how to turn down. I can't even turn down. So you'll see like a like when a screen is broken, you'll see like a faint black, but it's a faint black. Yo, what up, Pipe? Yeah, so when you have a fucked up monitor screen, it'll be a faint black on your screen, but like you can tell that it's not off. And you can see it on some things. And a lot of times you just have to really crank up the brightness because it'll just be, you might be able to do it on your phone, actually. If you turn the brightness like all the way down. And go to like a blank screen. You can kind of, I don't know if, I don't have like a black screen. I can Google. Black square. Open image, a new tab. What the hell? Okay. Now I need to turn up my brightness so I can see why this isn't working. Okay, whatever. I'll just download it. Open. Zoom in. And then turn down my brightness. Oh, it's going to be like impossible to see. Yeah, you won't be able to see. And then if I turn it off. Oh, yeah. It's going to be impossible to see on camera. Especially with lights on and stuff. Damn. But yeah, so there's a difference between like, so essentially what that milliseconds, the response time that people advertise on their monitors and stuff, what it is it is a response time from how long it takes to get from true black to true white. Or is it true black to true black, but after it goes to white? I think it's from black to white to black. I think it's black to white to black. But what they've done is that they've kind of changed it in marketing terms to where they've changed it to where it's not like a true black anymore because they don't like they just don't have like a true black thing and they don't have like a true white thing. So it's more like a gray to gray. And so they've even moved white, even though it's a lot easier to do like a true white. Like even if the image can't be displayed, the true black can't be displayed on the screen. It's the signal of true black is still being sent from your video card to your monitor. So that millisecond response time from going from true black to true white back to true black, it still exists. I think. Or is all that technology built into the monitor? All that technology might be built into the monitor. Either way, a lot of the times, what happens, if not all the time, what happens in the marketing shit is that this. But what up, Pipe? Every time you make progress to the cup of debt, you add more? I do. How was your British ads? So when you have like 0.03 millisecond response time, I get very weary about that because a lot of times it's like gray to gray, like how long it'll take you to get from a gray color to a gray color. And so it's not real. You know, it's not like that's not the actual response time of a color. Or that's not the actual response time of the screen or of the monitor. That's just the response time. I mean, it is, but it's not the response time of what the metric was designed to be. The metric was designed to be a black to black, not a gray to gray. So when you're buying a monitor or something with a screen and it's advertising really low like response time and shit, make sure you actually like do research into somebody who's done like a teardown and done like a real test on it, or else you'll probably get swindled. Because you'll see like the 2 millisecond response time is like everywhere. The 2 millisecond response time used to be like the pipe dream forever, like for the longest time. And this was before OLED. I don't actually know much about the new panels, and I haven't done any research into OLED because I guess I have bought monitors recently. I bought this monitor recently, but that was because this was like 70% off because they came out with the OLED one. And this was the Samsung G6. The G7? Yeah. This. Yeah, like it's $500 now. It's 32-inch, a 4K, Ultra HD, 165 hertz. Has one, yeah, see, G to G. It is gray to gray. It's not black to black. So it's 1 millisecond, but it's gray to gray. I like how they actually specify G to G. Even though most people have no idea what G to G means. The fact that they put G to G, did they even show the black to black though? Or is there a black to black? I've noticed a weird color. Like I don't like the color on this monitor very well. I don't think the color is super good, but you can change a lot of the settings, like obviously in the NVIDIA control panel, but a lot of the controls like within the monitor itself. It's just it takes tweaking, and that's annoying for a lot of people. And the curve is very aggressive. So if you're looking at it but even when looking at it from an angle, like I'm looking at it like pretty much from the side before the curve. And yeah, I can still see like almost like if I make it to where I can't see half the monitor, I have to be almost behind the monitor. I wonder if I could find out how big this curve is. Because when I initially bought it, it was on like Black Friday or something. So it was so fucking cheap. I need something straight. Who's straight in chat? Any straight people in chat that I can borrow? Oh, it's too heavy. Like, I need like an empty box. I don't even think this is wide enough. No, it's not. It's not gonna be wide enough. I need something longer. Okay, I need something that's long and straight. Do we have any long straight people in chat? This might work. Kind of. Maybe. Oh, actually. This will work. Oh, fuck. I didn't even know I had a fucking box in here. I don't even need this box. Sheesh. Alright. It's probably not that. It's probably not that big. 6'6", long as fuck? Yeah, but are you straight enough? Dude, you're 6'6"? You're a big boy. Jesus Christ. Okay, I have to do it. I have to do it this way. Okay. Like covering up the screen entirely. Oh, fuck. Now how am I supposed to measure it? Okay, wait. I got it. It's 2 3/4 inch. Of a curve. The curve is so huge. It was a very aggressive curve. So I have like all curved monitors, so I was like, oh, I'll just stick with curved monitor. And then it was like 75% off, and I was like, oh shit, this is a really good deal. And it was like a really expensive monitor at the time. But yeah, it's like that big of a dip in the middle, and then it curves out that much on both sides. A fucking 2 3/4. That's huge. That's a huge curve. Compare it to my other curved monitor that I have. It's like the other one is not even. It's like not even an inch, probably. It maybe a half inch. Okay, so if we do it this way. We're going to pretend that this is going to be accurate. Okay. This is definitely not going to be accurate. Okay, it's about 1.5 inches. So it's like half. The curvature is like half. But yeah, this monitor used to be like $1,700. But right now it's selling for like $500. I'm like, holy shit. But yeah, I haven't had any problems with it. So I don't know why it's going down. I don't know. It's been on sale, and it's been on like crazy sale for a long time. For a long time. Because I think I bought this like a year ago. maybe 2 years ago. And I think I bought it for $700. And it was initially like, I want to say like $1,700 or something. But now it's base price at 1,000. Oh, 1,100. So 1,100. But it sells for 500. So it's still like more than 50% off. This is like the deal that I got, except it was more expensive initially. I just don't know why it's so fucking cheap. Is there... the 25... 50 plus bought in the last month. Yeah, I mean, this is 5. So I don't think this is actually sold by the Samsung store, though. Okay. G7. Oh. I was like, what the hell? Well, dude, the 43-inch is... Wait. Why is the 32-inch... This is the Odyssey Neo G7. This is an Odyssey Neo G7. One's a 43-inch and one's a 32-inch. And it's $100 difference. The 43-inch is on sale. What the fuck? Anyway, I think I don't know if I have the Neo. I thought the Neo was... No, maybe I do have the Neo. Because it is G-Sync, but it doesn't, like, work very well. Maybe that's why. It's because the G-Sync fucking sucks. Or, like, it doesn't work. Let me check my... Because it doesn't have it on the monitor itself. Let me check my actual orders. I just didn't want to dox myself, you know? Where's the... Wait. Where'd the... Alright, here it is. I was like, where the fuck did the thing go? Yeah, okay, so this is the one I bought. Oh, this is a refurbished only. They don't make them anymore. Oh, wait. Is that how much I bought mine for? I don't actually know. I might have bought it for that much. The only reason I even went to like I went to 4K just to put videos out in 4K because nobody was doing videos in 4K, but I think people don't care. Like nobody watches in 4K, and I was like, but I don't know if TVs, when you're on, like if you're watching on a 4K TV, hold on, I have to find the order because it's not showing me. March 20th, 2024. Okay. No, I forgot what I was saying. Fuck me. Fuck me in the dick. You want the 49-inch? Like, so bad? What do you want the 49-inch? It's oddly specific. I can't really get anything above a 32-inch or else they won't go on my my stand. Like my vertical stand. Ah, here it is. Okay. View invoice. Yeah, I bought mine for $779.48. And mine had a big discount on it. It was like, I want to say it was like 50% off or something. But yeah, I bought it for $779.48. But the only reason I even have a 4K monitor was literally to make content in 4K. But I don't even... And that was also the only reason I bought a 1440p monitor initially. Because when I was playing Magic, I noticed that nobody was doing 1440p Magic Arena. And so I was like, oh, nobody's doing 1440p. But there are a lot more people doing 1440p. And, but like, and I do have quite a few mobile watchers. But mobile watchers, I think, also include TV watchers. And so I was like, I want it to be higher quality for people that are watching on a TV. Because if you're watching a 1080p thing on a 4K TV, you can see a lot of grossness. So I went up to 1440p and I thought about it more and I was like, dude, literally everyone has a 4K TV. And almost at this point, almost everyone has a smart TV, like a smart 4K TV, because they cost like $250. They're so cheap now that you can get them on Black Friday. Like a smart 4K TV used to be like $4,000, and now you can get one for like on Black Friday. You can get one for like $150 maybe. And it's just like, it's ridiculous. So I was like, all right, if a lot of people have it, but I also don't know if people were just like putting me on in the background when they were watching my content, or if they were actually watching my content, you know, like watching. Because if they were just putting me on in the background, like during the day at work or something, then they wouldn't be watching me, most likely. but they also wouldn't be using their 4K TV because they'd be at work working, right? And so in that case, doing 4K content would be useless. Right? So it really only appeals to people with 4K monitors, which is not a lot of people, because not a lot of people can even run 4K games. Well, a lot of people can run, pretty much everybody can run a 4K game on their computer at this point, but you have to run it in 4K at like the lowest settings, which doesn't really help. It's kind of fucking lame. And like if you have a 3080, right? So you have 16 megs of what, GDDR5 or whatever it is. But if you have 16 megs of memory, or 16 gigs of memory, however much it is, I don't, megs or gigs, I think it's gigs. If you have 60 gigs of memory, VRAM, whatever, on your graphics card, and you're playing a 4K game at like ultra, you are running out of VRAM. Like you have no more VRAM. It is gone. It no longer exists. Like to play a 4K game on ultra settings, you pretty much at least have to have a 4090 or a 90 series. You have to have like 32 gigs of VRAM. Because even with like a 5080, you still run out of VRAM. It's not about the speed. It's about how much VRAM you have and how much VRAM you need. It has pretty much nothing to do with anything else. A 40 on it. If the 49-inch one is an ultra wide, then I would probably agree with you, because the thing that I do like about like the ultra curve, because this is like, again, it's an excessive curve, a very excessive and aggressive curve. If it's an ultra wide and it has the same like ultra aggressive curve, then it would be a lot less strenuous on your neck to look like left and right, like significantly. And I only know that because I also have this is only a 38, so it's not 49. So it would be way different, obviously, because 10 inches is fucking massive, a massive difference. But I have a 38 inch here it's horizontal, or it's vertical, sorry, not horizontal. It's vertical. And I use it for chat. Well, I used to use it for chat, but now chat is here. So now I use it for like work chat and Discord. I mean, this monitor right here, I almost don't need at all anymore. Almost. Or I need to like move it over here. I don't know what I want to do yet. I don't know what I want to do exactly. I like having this here because when I start filming the anime content, I can just like swivel the arm over and like stand in front of the anime background. You know what I mean? So I don't even have to do anything. It's literally just it's on a swivel. So then it obviously it follows me, and it's a 360. So it's just like it's perfect for it. So the camera's in a good spot, I think. I thought about it anyway. Trying to get the camera like right here in front of me because of the aggressive curve, and also getting it on a mount. You have to buy a separate mount to mount it to something, and it actually pushes it out even further. And the top monitor is like it's angled down, but the camera itself is kind of like a thick brick. So I don't know if I can find a way to like fit it there, but then I would have like the camera like right in the middle of like my top screen. Essentially. I might be able to lower this monitor a little bit and raise that a tiny bit. Or is the other one a tiny bit? I can lower this a tiny bit and raise that a tiny bit. And that might help, but even then, yeah, even then I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm not really in the market for a new monitor. If anything, I would go to like a 1080p like a 1080p OLED like this one. It's just OLED 360 hertz. So I could actually perform better in a video game. I do also like how it does this. But I have a mount that will do that. The mount with the extension is better than having anything else. Burn-in protection. Pro level gaming. Yeah, it's gray to gray. This is 1440p? This is 1440p at 360 hertz refresh rate? Holy shit. That's actually crazy. You're looking at this 49-inch. Dual QHD, 144-inch. Even this is only 900. Like, this is almost how much I paid for my 32-inch version of this. Oh, well, this is a 1440p, not 4K. But it has 140 hertz, 144 hertz. It still has OLED. OLED stuff looks nice. I ain't even gonna cap. OLED stuff looks nice. It's nice. Number one gaming monitor brand in the US 3 years in a row. Is it? Probably not this. Well, definitely not this. This is like fucking ultra. This would be for more immersion-based stuff, probably. Not a lot of games support ultra-wide. It does have HDMI 2.1 though. PC1, PC2. Oh, you could plug 2 PCs into it. I see. So instead of using like a VM on a half of the monitor, like spinning up a VM, you can actually just plug 2 different computers into the monitor. That's actually really cool. This monitor is perfect in every way. Plenty of screen real estate. That's a little bit of screen real estate. Look how aggressive the curve is. Jesus Christ. Use mine for everyday activities, mostly gaming. Provides experience like no other. I don't even know what you would use it for. Watching 4 things at the same time. That's what I would use it for. That's true. Because, like, sports nowadays are just split among so many different things. Or so many different areas. Like, you have to have, like, for NBA, you have to have, like, Game Pass. You have to have, like, YouTube TV. You have to have cable for ESPN, like 1 and 2. So there's just like, there's, I don't know, 4 or 5 different places. Like, so I think there's CBS, TNT, ESPN. I think the YouTube has exclusive ones. Maybe I don't even know. But there's no one subscription that will just give you access to just like all NBA shit. You have to have like multiple different subscriptions to multiple different places, and it's expensive, and it gives you a lot of stuff that you just don't want either. And it's killing the experience, the viewing experience. And people will rather just watch like recaps almost. The people that are diehard fans will do it, but a lot of people that are just like casual fans, which is the majority of the people that will watch a full game, they're not gonna pay like an extra $40 a month or $50 a month to be able to watch all the games that they actually want to watch, you know, because they have to subscribe to 4 different services. To watch 4 different porn vids at the same time? True. I didn't think about that. Monitor style gaming. You're not gonna. I'm sorry. You can't have a gaming monitor that's like over. I want to say over 27 inches, but 32 is pushing it. 32 inches is like the max for a gaming monitor. I'm sorry. Other than that is like 27. 27 is what you need. Well, for like professional gaming. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you had that monitor, you wouldn't even need to like scroll sideways to see my dick panorama shots. It'll just be like, it'll just show it. It's pretty pog. Let's see, aspect ratio, standard, resolution. Let's not go with resolution. Is there refresh rate? Connector type, HDMI, yeah. Price, refresh rate, over 240. Yeah, so they have the one. Wait. Or did they have the other one? Oh, is it because I put gaming instead of OLED? Can I uncheck gaming, please? Thank you. Oh, still. Oh, no, I guess it's the same one. Okay, so it's a 0.03 millisecond gray to gray. I thought we saw like a 2-second gray to gray. Am I fucking stupid? Like 0.02 gray to gray. And it like advertised, it said like gray to gray. I also don't know who has the best panels right now. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get an OLED anything until it gets like cheaper, because when OLED like first came out, all the OLED monitors, especially the 4K ones, were literally like 4K. Like $4,000. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't need that. I was like, I don't care what my viewing experience looks like, really, because I can kind of tweak it in the settings. I just care what the video quality comes out for the people that are viewing it. But if I'm streaming in 4K on YouTube, the delay is like it's up to 30 seconds. And if you stream in 1440p, the delay is up to like 15 seconds. And then if you stream in 1080p, it is like almost instant. It's like 2 seconds. That type of thing. You can see on my screen, I'm like 2 inches tall. How dare you? I'm massive. But yeah, I mean, they could have went, I mean, 120 hertz is nice. For a Nintendo game, I don't know if you need anything higher than 120 hertz, because I don't think there's many like FPSs and stuff. I mean, you'll have something like Splatoon. Maybe Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers will benefit from it. But that might be only when it's docked that you get the 20 or the 120 hertz. No, that's this screen. I don't know. I don't know what happens when you actually plug it directly into a thing. Custom processor made by NVIDIA. Wait a second. I thought... when we watched DreamCon... Didn't yesterday at DreamCon, when they had, or when we were watching the DreamCon vids, and we were watching that panel, and the marketing guy for AMD, didn't he specifically say that AMD chips were in the consoles? Or did he say only PlayStation and Xbox? Did he leave out the Switch? Now I don't remember. I thought he said the Switch, but maybe he didn't. Or maybe he said Switch, but not Switch 2. AMD bid hard to power the Nintendo Switch 2. Does the Switch 1 use AMD processor? No, the original Nintendo Switch does not use an AMD processor. Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, so I might be misremembering then with what he said. I could have sworn he was talking about the consoles though. Every feature compared? Seen it? Okay. I like this, boy. Oh, I like this. This is what I like to see. Every feature compared to each other. Okay. So the Switch 2 isn't OLED? Did we establish that? Now I don't remember. Tech specs, screen. Oh, okay. So it's Gamut LCD. Okay, so it's not OLED. They may come out with an OLED version later that will be more expensive. Just like they did with the Switch 1 and Switch 2. Or the Switch 1 and the Switch 1 OLED. Okay, so the Switch 1 tech specs on the Switch 1. Wait, does this have the screen? Okay. So the original one had LCD as well. Okay. So, Switch 1 had an LCD screen, and then for $50 more, you got an OLED. Switch 2 has an LCD screen, and it's $450. So it's $100 more than the Switch 1 OLED. Okay. CPU, GPU, custom Tegra, which are both NVIDIA. This is custom NVIDIA. Okay. I think they probably would have been better going with AMD, because AMD just has better like onboard graphics in their processors. I don't know what NVIDIA does with CPUs. They obviously have amazing GPUs. Intel is also kind of a force to be reckoned with, right? Intel is also now a force to be reckoned with, probably, with their CPUs and GPUs because of the Arc series processor, or the Arc series GPU specifically. Because the Arc series is very good. They have a lot of VRAM and they do not take a lot of power. They're just very good GPUs and they're very cheap. And obviously they make processors as well. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't do that, but yeah. Okay, so Switch 1 at 32 gig storage, Switch OLED at 64 gig storage. What do you actually store on your console? Oh, the Switch 2... The Switch 2 is downloadable games only? Right? Battery size. So milliamps. Milliamps were the same for the Switch 1 and the Switch 1 OLED. But the battery life was the same. 4.5 to 9 hours. That seems like a very, very large difference. It's probably the game you play and the brightness of the screen. So if it's at the lowest brightness and you're on the main screen not doing anything, it probably lasts 9 hours. And if you're actually playing it, it probably lasts 4.5 hours. The Switch 2 only lasts 2 to 6.5 hours. 2 hours? And it has a bigger battery? It'll last less than half the time? It's a bit cringe in it, bruv. NVIDIA is relatively power hungry, though, too. Steam Deck uses AMD, if you recall. Yeah. It's a rather big cringe. Sorry. It's a rather big cringe in it, bruv. But going up to 250 gigabytes in storage, they must have some big aspirations for this. Oh, the frame rate is up 120 FPS. So they did double the FPS. So that it makes sense. The battery life makes more sense now. Video output is 4K as opposed to only 1080p on the other ones. I don't know what that's going to look like. Does it output at 120 FPS? Question mark. Okay, it has HDR in VRR. Okay, wait, what's VRR? Oh, variable refresh rate. Okay, it has HDR and variable refresh rate up to 120 hertz. The other ones didn't. I know the other ones only went up to 60 FPS. So this one means... So these ones were probably just running VSync. And this one isn't. It's using VRR to help with the battery life, but HDR kills the battery life. the same time? Or is the HDR only for the output? Oh, it's also a bigger screen. Same thickness. Thick! Doesn't actually play its own games at 60. Switch 1, though, it just can. It doesn't actually play its own... Wait, what do you mean? It should still play it at 60, but it may not generate 60 frames. Like the screen may be locked at 60 hertz. So if the game is programmed for 30 FPS, but the screen is locked at 60 FPS in vertical sync, that means you're effectively losing every other frame because it's only going at 30 FPS. It drops to hit 13 even. Yeah, I heard there was a lot of problems with that Pokemon game, which is crazy to me. I don't know how console exclusive console games, like not necessarily console games that are for like Xbox and PlayStation, but like a PlayStation only game or an Xbox only game or a Nintendo only game, none of those should have any problems. They're only they're just a multi-dollar company. Yeah. Well, the Pokemon company isn't Nintendo, but they would have, if they're releasing it only on a Nintendo, like if they're releasing an application only on a Nintendo Switch, that means they have the specifications, they have everything they need to test on it. They don't need to worry about any other hardware. They can tune it perfectly to that specific thing. So that's like a big thing that developers kind of have problems with. That's why there's not games on Windows, Mac, and Linux all the time. It's like Windows because it's just like the biggest gaming market, right? It's a lot of it is because it does require time to do it on different operating systems and stuff like that. But also, when you're making a game that runs on a computer and runs on a console, you have a huge difference because you want to make sure that the console people still have a actual playable experience, but you also have to make sure that the computer people are happy with their purchase and don't have like just console graphics. Because console graphics are going to be way worse than like computer graphics the majority of the time, unless you have like an older computer, obviously. You'd have to have like a pretty old computer to not be able to outbeat that. But the good thing about console exclusive stuff is that everyone is on the same playing level, right? Everyone has the same shit. Everyone has the same hardware. And that makes it the easiest thing to do as far as like programming, testing, QA, all that stuff. You don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about, okay, well, what happens if this person has a 1080 Ti graphics card, and then this person has a 5090 graphics card, like a 5090 Super or whatever. Like, what is the gameplay going to be between those two? How big of a difference is it? And we have to make sure that it is playable at both ends. But again, when you're on console, everyone has the same hardware. So you don't have to worry about that problem in any way, shape, or form. You know exactly what you have. You know exactly what everyone has. You know everything. It makes it so much easier to program for a console game than anything else. Now, publishing for console games and all that other stuff, distribution, way, way, way different. Probably, most likely more difficult, much more annoying. But, yeah. For development and testing and all that stuff, it's so much easier. Oh, I didn't know the Switch OLED had a bigger screen. So the Switch OLED was $50 more expensive, had double the size, had an OLED screen, obviously. Same FPS. Same dimensions. But had a 0.8 inch bigger screen size. The bezels on the Switch one huge? Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The bezel on the Switch one is huge. Yeah. So when they measure a screen size, it's from corner to corner diagonally, if you were not aware. And it would be like actual display size, not the screen size. And the bezel is going to be this this like black area here. And the reason that the bezel size is big is going to be because of the LCD parts that are actually putting in the light and the color to the screen. That's why this bezel is so large. Because it's not backlit, I assume. It's more like side, it may have a little bit of backlighting, but there's like a lot of it just coming from the side. But yeah, most monitors, unless there's like a lot of room in the back, like if it's a thick ass monitor like this, the Samsung G7 is like, it's fucking thick as fuck. But I mean, obviously we were talking about how big the curvature was, but it's still thick as fuck. But the colors on it, again, I don't really like the colors. I think the colors are relatively bad on it. But it's not an OLED, so. But again, OLED screens, I don't know much about them, so it's hard to say. But yeah, as you can see, the bezel on this compared to the bezel on this, especially on the sides, like that side to that side. Yeah. So they made it the same exact size, so they didn't have to fuck with box size in shipping. Because changing box size, well, I don't know, they could have changed box sizes, but changing box sizes is obviously going to cost more money because you can't, like your bulk is going to be different. Instead of buying 100,000 boxes of the same size, you're buying 50,000 boxes of one size and 50,000 boxes of a different size, so you're going to get less of a discount. That's just kind of how business works. But if you make them the same size, then you can use the same box and just like do a different design on it, which is still going to cost more for a different design, but you're still going to save money based on everything else. Game Freak Studio and... All right, Game Freak is a studio. And after the game sold tens of millions of copies and said the tech doesn't exist, so what Expedition 33 did post Expedition 33 release. Wait, was Expedition 33 on the Nintendo Switch? No, you have a Switch and Switch OLED right here. They're pretty much identical. They should be... The bezel size should be different. Game Freak claimed it's not possible to do the turn-based mechanics are. All those turn-based mechanics have been in video games, though, before. There's nothing unique about Expedition 33 except for, like, putting them all in one video game. It may just not have been possible with the hardware that they were using because it was already, like, choppy and shitty and they were doing it at 30 FPS. And so, like, it would have been a really, 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 really bad playable experience if they did that stuff. So, the technology could not have been possible. They said it can't be done, not limitations. Well, you don't want to say, oh yeah, we can't do it because the hardware on the Switch is too shitty for it to perform well. Right? Because then you're kind of insulting the Switch 2 and you're potentially breaking your friendship with Nintendo in that way. But if you say, oh yeah, it's just not possible, then, it's just not, because it wouldn't be, it's probably not possible on the Switch, honestly. I mean, it's possible. It's just going to be like a really fucking shitty ass experience, especially with the Pokemon shit. They're known liars, though. They said it's not possible due to tech and more Pokemon to the games. They did no problem after the backlash. It's possible that they had developers that didn't know how to do it as well. That's also possible. I also don't know if they improved the game to where it's not as shitty as it was before. So I don't know if it like runs smoother and stuff like that now. But yeah, it's possible that they just had developers that didn't know how to do it and they thought it was impossible, and like they truly thought it was impossible. And then they got real developers and were like, oh, it is possible. Because of the internet backlash. Like the people, all the developers were like, yeah, that's not possible with the tech. Because the developers were like, yeah, it's not possible, because they're just code monkeys. They graduated college, but they haven't continued their research, and they didn't either A, want to do it, or didn't care enough to learn how to do it or really look into it. They're just like, yeah, that's not possible. And so they were just told that it wasn't possible. And when you're a marketing person, a social media person, and you're listening to the manager of the development team tell you, hey, this particular thing is not possible. Are you just going to say, like, what are you going to do? You're going to listen to your like development manager, your developer manager. Like that's just like that's obvious, right? You're gonna listen to that person and be like, oh yeah, it's not possible. But then when you get a ton of backlash of people saying no, it is possible, and then you get a lot more that says you do this or you do this, or if there's another example of it happening, you can do this or you can do this, and then either a lot of the developers there get fired and they hired other people, or they hired other developers, or the developers that were there saw the game and they were like, oh shit, I didn't think of it that way. It actually is doable. I had no idea. And then they actually implement it. But they just didn't know it was doable because there's things that people did that they didn't think about. It could be that. It's possible. If they said it couldn't be done, I would have assumed it was because of a Switch hardware issue. Especially since they were having so many like lag and frame rate and shitty issues before. If they were having all those issues and then people were saying, hey, why can't you do this with combat? They were like, yeah, that can't be done. I would understand because they were already having so many fucking issues with like lag and stuff, and it would have been just a shitty experience and you would have never been able to do anything, right? It's just not, it's fucking shitty. Game Freak has done this too many times for that to kind of benefit of the doubt. That's also possible. I don't know enough about Game Freak to tell you one way or another, but that's definitely possible. The thing is that the vast majority of people that are in the gaming industry are lazy and they have no idea what they're doing. They're literally just fucking code monkeys. They graduate from college because like a lot of people that graduate from college, even if they're in the field that they're in, like if they get a job in the field that they're in of what they went to school for, if you ask them 5 or 10 years later what they learned in school, the vast majority of the people cannot answer the question. They just can't. It's because every time you get a job, you need to get trained on the job because every company is different. And so they give you like 2 to 3 months. I mean, that's usually how long it takes. It's like 2 to 3 months to get up to speed on what you have to do for that new job to be like completely independent and be able to do your own shit, right? So a lot of the stuff that you learn at school, it'll help you, but a lot of it just comes down to actually doing the job. So a lot of the stuff you learn in school, regardless of what it is, isn't going to help. The vast majority of it is going to come down to like everything else. It just comes down to doing stuff. And that's why you see all these streamers that are like 16 to 20 years old, just like blowing up. Or you can start streaming. You can be on the platform when you're 13, but I don't think you can stream alone when you're 13. I think you have to have a parent around. I don't remember the age you have to be in order to be able to stream alone without parental supervision. It might be 16. I know you have to be 13 to be on the platform of Twitch anyway. But I think in order to stream by yourself, you have to be 16, I think. Don't hold me to that, but I think so. That being said, yeah, you see so many people just like of that age just putting in so much work, and they're just learning how to do shit. They'll go to school in the off time, sometimes, depending on how successful they get. And even then, a lot of times they'll still go to school and finish school, because there's a lot of people that are, especially if they're in high school, like if they're blowing up at the age of like 15, 16, like they're doing YouTube and stuff, and they get really famous. The vast majority, if not everybody that they connect with, are like, hey, you need to finish high school. Like, you can keep doing the YouTube shit, but finish high school. Like, you need to finish high school. Like don't drop out, just finish high school. Like, they don't even want the person to get a GED. They want you to actually go to high school and finish high school. Because even a GED doesn't look super great on a resume. Because a lot of times they'll ask you, they're like, why the fuck did you get a GED? But if you get a GED and you have a lot to show for it, then it doesn't really matter. But like, a lot of people get burnt out on streaming. Almost nobody makes it. I don't even know how we got into this topic, but whatever. Okay. Comparisons. This battery life is fucking atrocious, though. 2 hours. 2 to 6.5 hours. 2 to 6.5 hours? It has a 4K video output, which is nice, so people can actually use it. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where like everyone has a 4K TV. Like, even if it's a bad 4K TV, because you can buy them for super cheap. You can get a super cheap 4K TV. I don't even know if you can buy a 1080p TV anymore. French people built Expedition 33 in a cave with a box of scraps. I don't even know what that means. To be clear, they said this about the titles that aren't even developed yet for the Switch 2. Well, but they made... Well, did they make that statement before Expedition 33 came out? And Expedition 33 is computer only, right? I don't see like it says what the GPU and CPU is, but I don't see like a speed of the CPU. Or anything. Months ago, X formal leaker. Switch 2's CPU will be an 8-core ARM. Okay. They also suggested the GPU will be an NVIDIA that. Aligning with years of similar rumors reported by Eurogamer and others about the custom chip, which derives from NVIDIA's Tegra line of chips for smartphones and mobile devices. Okay. Dude, that's brutal. They added a lot more milliamps. Yeah, it's notably larger. it still has like a ridiculous, like it went from 4.5 to 9 hours to 2 to is this? I mean, it's CNET. It's usually reputable, or it used to be reputable. I don't know if it is anymore. And I don't know how it is with like actual like gaming stuff. Claim that mechanics aren't possible after Expedition 33 had been out for like a month. What was their stance on it? Do you have a link to what they said? Like, exactly? I'm interested to see what they said. Joy-Cons, buttons, wireless, sensors, vibration, HD Rumble 2. Oh, yeah. More vibrators, baby. Wait, battery life approximately 20 hours? Oh, the controllers. I was like, wait, what? Do you out later? You eating lasagna and watching? All right, cool. Dude, lasagna's lit. You on Discord if you forget? I'll forget too. 4.6 inches. I don't really care about that stuff. Joy-Con 2 grip. Grip it, baby. Okay, so
all I asked for was 80k subs, and instead you guys gave me nearly goddamn 81k. It's like you guys thought to yourselves, you know what?
they're
Let's just get him to
82.5.
100k so he can finally face reveal, so we can roast him and start plastering his face all over our lame-ass memes.
No! Yeah.
Well, I mean,
True.
it's either that or it has to be your addiction to the Nintendo fanboy Saul. And with him, I'm starting to make a bit of a name for myself amongst that group. They do not like you reporting all the bad things Nintendo is doing. Seeing as how my last Nintendo Fanboys Takes video did so well, I figured we need a part 2, because the amount of messages I got from people telling me they seriously can't believe that our Nintendo fanboys advocating for allowing Nintendo, the people telling me they seriously can't believe that our Nintendo fanboys.
Hey, if you try to mod your Switch 2 to illegally download Switch 2 games and Nintendo bricks your system, you deserved it. Stealing is not cool. It's just not Nintendo you're stealing from. It's also third-party dev studios not getting paid for their hard work. I'll always be on the side of game developers being able to feed their families. Let's be real. Most people mod their consoles to bootleg games. Okay, has anyone modded their console to not play bootlegged games? Oh, no, actually, that's not necessarily true. Because in order to play, like here in the United States, in order to play PAL games, you had to hack your systems. Because we can only play like NTSC games. We had to hack our like PlayStation 2s with the flip top in order to play PAL games. So if we wanted to play like any Japanese game, you had to hack your PlayStation 2. You had to. There was just no NTSC version for it. It just didn't exist. So if it doesn't exist and we buy the game, we want to play it, the only way for us to play it is either order a console and pay like a shit ton of money to go through customs and all that other shit, or we can just mod our console and make it look fucking cool. and we can also steal games. You did the same in the UK to play US
the right
games?
to brick
Yeah.
your console was very hard for them to believe.
Oh shit, I didn't read the rest of that. Okay, that's real. Most people mod their consoles to be like games.
Boys, advocating
Hopefully,
for allowing Nintendo the
as technology continues to improve, this will be harder to do.
right to brick your
I remember in college, everyone was illegally copying Dreamcast
console
games.
was very hard.
This very well contributed to the downfall of the great system. I know that's not the primary reason why the Dreamcast died. So don't try to educate me, lol. Okay. Okay, not everybody can afford the games. Like, do you know how expensive video games are? Like, video games are expensive. And if you want to buy, like, and if you're like a true gamer, like I'm not, you're spending a lot of money on video games. Like when I was streaming Magic Arena and I had to buy every set that came out that year, I was spending, what was it like? When a new set comes out, I would pay like $200 and then $150 and then like $100. And then there would be like little mini sets, and I would probably have enough wild cards to just buy all the or get all those cards for free for the most part. And maybe throw in like $50 for that. So I mean, I was spending maybe $500 a year just on Magic Arena. And that was to make content. Yeah. And I wasn't even making that money back. You know? I was just kind of getting fucked, right? That actually would have been kind of cool, honestly. It would have showed a lot of preferential treatment, and it would have never went over well with the rest of the fan base whatsoever at all. But like, if you were like a certain size content creator, you would just get all the cards and stuff unlocked so that you could make content. But then that's just showing really professional treatment at the top so that they don't have to pay anything. But you're like, at that point, you're essentially sponsoring them, right? You're like, hey, we're going to sponsor you. So we'll give you the new set for free. But it's like, it would be a sponsorship. And that seems like their kind of sponsorship because then they don't actually have to fork over any money. They're just giving you a digital asset that they've already made and they've already paid out for. They just don't get any money from you. So money that never was going to go to you, possibly. Yeah, I don't know.
Very hard for them to believe, but I have all the evidence. You think I'm going to pick out tweets with 0 likes? No. I find tweets with tens of thousands of likes just to really show people how many delusional Nintendos there are
so
out there
many
who have
people
zero problem with how Nintendo wants to navigate.
Wait, how many likes did this tweet get?
The amount of messages I got from people telling me they seriously
OBE1 plays. prizes, tournaments. Oh, he does like giveaways and shit. Gross. Let's see. When did this video come out? This video came out 5 days ago. So on the 2nd. Holy shit, this guy tweets a lot. Holy shit. So no 200cc mode in Mario Kart World. I'm good. When we reacted live on stream, I always expressed my disdain for 200cc. Too much braking. I don't, this isn't a real person. This is not a real person. Right? This is not a real person. This is a tough cover though, I will say that. This guy's like posting the same thing, but putting two. This guy probably like masturbates on the Nintendo symbol. Jesus fuck, dude. Wait, where's that tweet? Now we're on the 1st.
Well, I figured we need a part 2 because the amount of messages I got from people telling me they seriously can't believe that our Nintendo fanboys advocating for allowing Nintendo the right to brick your console was very hard for them to.
I guess if the video came out then, like if the video came out on the 2nd, that means he probably tweeted it out earlier. Nintendo blocking the ability to screen record or capture videos and then in Nintendo Today app is pretty lame. It's like when they were claiming reaction videos on YouTube a few years. They reserved that policy fully. They'll change it for the Nintendo Today app too. It's free advertising and promoting content. I stopped sharing the Nintendo Today app on my streams today because it's pointless. Yeah, this person actually masturbates over the Nintendo logo. Nintendo is trying to increase price to $80 Renos. I mean, if it's like the difference between games back then, like I understand increasing the price of games because of interest. What word am I thinking of? Why do I sound so stupid today? Nobody's even going to listen to me because I sound so fucking stupid. Because as time goes on, money is like things just cost more money. I don't know why I don't remember the name of that definition off the top of my head. I honestly have no idea why. But you know what I'm saying. So I get that they're doing that. The thing is that back in the day when they were selling games for like $60, and if you wanted to do it for $80 now because you were doing it for $60 back then, the problem is back then you actually had a like hardcover with it. It was like a physical copy, so you always had the physical copy. You had like a little booklet that came with it that had either like a story or details or something in it. It was just like a little pamphlet or a booklet or something. You know, it had something in it. So there was a more of a justifiable cost because they had to make cases. They had to put the game on the discs. They had to make those booklets, and then they had to put the discs in the case and put the pamphlet things in the case. Then they had to wrap the case, and then they had to like pack the games, and then they had to store the games and then ship the games. But now a lot of it is just you download the game. So a lot of it, granted, you can still buy a lot of games. So there is still like packaging and stuff like that and shipping and storing, because that is going to be the vast majority of like the costs of your company. Although now like developers make a lot more money than they used to. So I think game developers back then were actually, hold on. Average salary of a game developer in the 2000s. We'll just say in the 2000s. $61K. And then 2006, it was $80K. And then 2020s, that's like 108. What are the 2010s like? Still like 97s? So like from 2010 to 2020, there wasn't much of a difference in the average salary for a game developer, it seems. There was an increase of almost 100% from 2000 to like now. So in the last 24 years, your salary went up like 100%. But yeah. I was going to say, I feel like that's not correct. I was like, larger companies tend to offer more than smaller ones. I mean, that's kind of usually how it works. The 2010s. Jesus. 80 to 85. Oh no, even in the 2010s, it was still 80 to 85. So it went up 15K in 10 years. Around 2015, it was 90 to 100. So it hasn't really increased in the last 10 years. It seems. Okay. So it seems like it's been pretty stagnant for the last 10 years. Game industry average 80, junior 72, middle 88.5, seniors 105. That's in Ireland. Specific data on average salary of a developer in France is unavailable. What? $2020s in France, the average salary for a game developer is around 40,000 euros per year. No wonder all the Ubisoft games are fucking garbage. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. What's up, Blade? You were disappointed when you bought a Switch 2 game and it didn't read the fine print. It just had a download code, and download code didn't even have a scratch off. Could have been opened and resealed. You would have the game, so it's still the code. Yeah, I wonder if there'll be like, because we were talking about these MIG switches that they had before.
But a MIG
So the MIG switch is like a cartridge, and then it has like a little SD card that you can put games on it. So what if you have something like this, like a MIG switch and a card, but then it also has like a keygen, like what you were talking about, how the code, because I think all of the games, all the Switch games are download codes, right? There's no like actual physical Switch 2 games, correct? I think. I could be wrong. Does the Switch 2 have physical copies? Supports both physical and digital games. No, the Switch 2 themselves continue to support physical copies in the form of game cards, game key cards. Some physical releases, particularly third-party titles, will come as game key cards. These cards will only contain a portion of the game's data and require an internet connection for download for the rest of the game. So you're buying a beta of a game until you go to like a McDonald's and get on their Wi-Fi and download the rest of the game. Like if you don't have internet at home or something, or if you're on a plane. I mean, if you're on the plane with the Switch 2, you probably also didn't know that it only lasts for 2 hours. So you're pretty much screwed anyway. And there's no like, if there was a replaceable battery, then I wouldn't be as mad. If there was a replaceable battery, I'd be like, that's kind of fucking lame, but at least it has a replaceable battery. So you can swap out a battery when it dies, right? Bravely Default, a remake. as like that. It has 11 gigabytes that is downloadable. Jesus. I mean, it does have a 250 gig hard drive, which is nice. Actually, is it an SSD? I'm not sure. Switch 2, I have 249 gigs available. Oh, because it has some reserved for the OS, yeah. Oh, wait, and there's an expansion slot? It's supposed to be used for portable gaming. Make sure you have Wi-Fi gaming. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I'm like, it's kind of aimed towards kids still. It's still Nintendo. And like, I know the majority of us, I say us, but people my age, like 35 to 40, like grew up with Nintendo, like the Game Boys and stuff. When we were in the back of our parents' cars or something, like if you were lucky enough to get a Game Boy, or something, you would play in the back of the car when you were on like a road trip or something. Or for me, like I didn't realize how big my city was. Like I didn't realize how big Phoenix was. So when my parents were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to this part of Phoenix or something," if I had, I had a Game Boy for a while. I know because I did play the original Pokemon. I don't know what else I played on it. But I did play the original Pokemon. But if I was going somewhere and it was like a 30 or 45-minute drive and I was playing it the whole time, and then I was maybe mess around like doing stuff on it wherever we were a little bit here and there, and then I wanted to play it on the way back, it may not last that long. And that's just going to and from somewhere simply across the city. And that is crazy to me. Like, that's actually crazy to me. You think you'll most likely play on the couch? Yeah, I mean, it being able to do 4K when it's plugged in is nice. I just don't know how nice it'll look. But it having an expansion card is nice, so you don't have to do much. But y'all crying over day one Switch 2 patch? I don't understand. Like, literally find anything to complain about. If your rationale is, what about people who don't have internet? Not having internet in 2025 is an issue. Buying a $450 console should be the least of your concern. Use your phone's hotspot, figure it out. Yeah. Again, going to like a McDonald's Wi-Fi or even your school should have, I think most schools at this point have like a free Wi-Fi. Maybe. They probably block a lot of things though. So they may block that. Going to a library. I mean, there's so many places that just have, going to a hotel. There's so many places that just have free Wi-Fi. It's just like, whatever. It's just annoying that you have to go there to do it. But yeah, kind of like this person said, if you have a $450 console, like if you bought a $450 console, you most likely have internet. If you don't have internet and you got a $450 console, you know how to get Wi-Fi most likely. But again, you're still like a kid. can legit see both sides of this argument. Switch 2 box does have a 2 on the color. Overall design of the package, almost the same. I think Nintendo could have been more creative with the packaging. Different colored box, or displaying of the console of the picture. Variable options. Still don't think it's going to confuse the average shopper. Okay, if like when you're an employee at like a GameStop or something, because all of these like consoles and stuff, they're all behind the desk where the workers are, or they're locked in glass, like behind glass, like all consoles are. So when someone says, "Hey, do you have any switches left?" Like the person that's working in that department, especially when a brand new console comes out and someone says, "Do you have any switches left?" They most likely mean Switch 2. And since you work in that department, you're most likely going to ask the Switch 1 or the Switch 2. But if the person working there, like if you ask for a Nintendo Switch and the person that's working there does not ask if you want a Switch 2 after it literally just came out, or if you want a Switch 1, like they have a Switch OLED, and a Switch 2. If you say, "Hey, I want a Nintendo Switch," and you don't ask like what version, it's going to cause more work for you, because if you bring out the wrong version and they notice, they're going to be like, "Oh no, I wanted the Switch 2," or "Oh no, I wanted the Switch OLED," or "Oh no, I just wanted the regular base Switch." And so you have to go back, unlock the case, put it there, and then get out the other one. And it's more work for you. You're just not going to do that. Like when you're a kid working at a retail store, you just, like when you're 16 or 18 or 20, like it, because you hate working there probably. And if you don't hate working there, you're definitely going to clarify. You're going to be like, "Oh, are you looking for the new Switch 2? Like you're going to ask that. But you're going to clarify like every single time. Okay, 2025 partners, round 1. Okay, is this round 1 of partners, or is round 1 a partner? Because round 1 is an arcade. They're putting Magic the Gathering on the Switch? Oh, no, this is the Summer's Game Fest. Never mind. Okay, wait, where's this guy? Okay, where is this guy's fucking tweet? That the guy highlighted in the video. Wait, the Switch 2 has DLSS? Huh. Nice. The guy specifically in his video pointed out this person's post. Yo, what up, Ark? Imagine being a kid on a long journey and your mom was out a Switch 2. In a game, a surprise gift. When you're already in the car, she doesn't know. I know, right? It's going good. It's going good. No, but the guy in the video specifically said he's not going to pull out any tweets with like 1 or 2 likes. They're going to have like tens of thousands of likes or some shit. And then he specifically pulled up this guy's tweet, but he didn't show how many likes it had. But looking at all of his tweets, it doesn't have any likes. Like on any of his tweets.
Believe, boys, because the amount.
It didn't have a picture with it. So that's going to help narrow it down. Because it doesn't look like he really posts anything without a picture. Definitely a Nintendo cum guzzler, though. You got a so fucking nice pig run, you won't believe? I will believe, because pig is OP. You got a multicast item with 55,000 damage and a crit for over 100k? Jesus Christ. Switch 2 is a PS5 running Cyberpunk at 4K. These are not just still images, but the game looks good in motion too. CD Projekt Red outdid themselves. Switch 2 is surprise every gen. Cyberpunk on Switch 2 does not run at 4K resolution. YouTube video screenshot is 4K. But the game itself runs at 1080p and docked and 720 at handheld. Oh, yeah, this person doesn't know anything. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, this person is literally just like a fanboy with no actual knowledge of how things work in the real world. Or how technology works and stuff like that. They just repost stuff that they hear from other people in their little echo chamber of stupidity. I want to see this fucking tweet, though. There's like an advanced search, right? It's like from Obi one plays Did I not spell it right? OBE1 plays. Okay. Search filters. Advanced search. Exact phrase. If you try to mod your Switch 2. If you try to mod your Switch 2. From accounts. OBE1 plays. May 9th. Dude, this has 340 likes.
Amount of messages I got from people telling me they seriously can't believe there are Nintendo fanboys advocating for allowing Nintendo the right to brick your console was very hard for them to believe, but I have all the evidence. You think I'm gonna pick out tweets with 0 likes? No. I find tweets with tens of thousands of likes. Just
Tens of thousands. You see that? Tens of thousands of likes. 17.5 thousand views and 340 likes. Like, this got shown to so many people and like nobody liked it.
to really show people how
Sorry.
many delusional Nintendrons there are out there who have zero problem with how Nintendo wants to navigate the industry going forward. For them, it's not a problem. And that's quite concerning. Last video,
There's
we talked about how
350
Nintendo has an
likes.
unprecedented level of control over the hardware you purchase, down to the point that attempting to modify your own system can result in Nintendo bricking it. And well, we have early attempts at people trying to do this, allegedly, because, well, reading some of this, seeing some of the spelling mistakes, either it's a translation error or some doofus just typed it out and said, "Trust me, bro." But whether it's real or not, that's not the focus. The focus is on the response from Nintendrons. But before we get to their reactions, let's quickly dive into exactly what the rumor is. Update: Switch 2 is unhackable right now.
Wait, so we don't even know if they bricked somebody's thing yet?
Scanning the chip bricks it due to voltage detection. Once it bricks, Nintendo calls you and demands a fee. Refuse to.
How do they have your phone number? Because you don't have to have like a Nintendo thing, right? Do you? I have no idea. I haven't had a console in a long time.
To pay, see you in small claims court. Nintendo is not playing around. Do not try to hack this console. Now, immediately, you can see why I doubt this is real. Look, I may be a hardcore Nintendo hater, and I'm good at it, but this doesn't seem like something Nintendo could do in countries where it's way out of their jurisdiction. I love me a good story, but the story...
Okay, Nintendo of USA can do it. It's not out of their jurisdiction. They can do it. You're an idiot.
Story's got to be real, so let's see if it even is. Some hackers got their hands on Switch 2. 1. MIG switch tested, and it immediately locks out the Switch 2.
Incorrect. It does work, but the games don't work.
Turning it into a brick ends up boot looping. If you don't know what boot looping is, now hacker immediately claims once it bricks, Nintendo calls you and demands a fee. Refuse to pay, see you in small claims court. Nintendo is not playing around. Do not try.
Is there small claims court in is there small claims court in other countries? Oh, I didn't know they called it that.
to hack this
Never mind.
console. Now, immediately, you can see why I doubt this is real. Look, I may be a hardcore Nintendo hater, and I'm good at it, but this doesn't seem like something Nintendo could do in countries where it's way out of their jurisdiction. I love me a good story, but the story's gotta be real, so let's see if it even is. Some hackers got their hands on Switch 2. 1. MIG switch tested, and it immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick, ends up boot looping.
We saw a video of that being not true. It actually reads the game as well. Plugging it in and unplugging the MIG switch will not always read the next game in line, but sometimes it will, sometimes it won't, but the game will not load. It'll say software won't load and it'll send you back to the main screen, but it doesn't brick it and boot loop it from the video that we literally saw when the person was using it on a Switch, showed that it worked on a Switch, and then showed the same exact thing on the Switch too.
If you don't know what boot looping is, that occurs when a device repeatedly restarts itself without successfully loading the operating system in. I mean, yeah, the name is a giveaway, but some people will legitimately not know. And I don't want you to pause this video. I want you to watch it without stopping. It's good for my channel. So I'm just telling you. And if you don't know what the MIG switch is a flash cartridge for the Nintendo Switch that allows you to basically play game backups from a micro SD card rather than needing the physical cartridge. It functions like a storage device and lets you switch between different games by using a button on the cartridge. This is a device you can go and purchase.
I didn't know he didn't want me to pause it.
An attempt at
I'm a
using
pause
it
champion.
has caused this user switch to basically be bricked. Testers that prod the flash storage of the ROM chip,
Incorrect.
it immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick. Switch 2 detects, has some weird protection that it can detect, immediately locks out the be bricked. Testers that prod the flash storage of the ROM chip, it immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick. Switch 2 detects, has some weird protection that it can detect voltage changes that tools cause when scanning the chips, even when it is minor, unless an exploit is found and doesn't result.
Dude, you need to fucking move your goddamn riding lawnmower to a different part of the lawn.
Result into a brick. When implemented, it won't happen in a long time. I know 3 testers that were working on hardware and software modding and know that they were doing just fine, that any work immediately bricks it, and Nintendo gave a troubleshooting.
Spent 20 minutes on the first minute of this bid. Poor guy. Listen, okay, I actually believe in transformative content. If I have an opinion or if I need to verify something because this person didn't verify something, I'm going to verify it. He said, I'm not going to look for tweets with like 2 views. I'm going to look for tens of thousands of views. And we just proved him wrong by looking at the tweet that he showed on the screen and had 350 views. Or sorry, not views, likes. Sorry, likes. I mean, because he asked for no pauses? Yeah. Sorry, likes. But it has like no likes. That means nobody's watching it. Doesn't even matter. Nobody supports that guy's tweets. And so he's saying he's actively looking for people supporting stuff by showing a tweet and saying he's not looking for small tweets. And then he showed a small tweet. In fact, he showed a tweet that shows the opposite of the point he was trying to put across, with 17.5k views and only 340 likes. That means nobody supports this. Like he got ratioed.
Step to reload the firmware from SD card, but it's stuck in boot looping. In the end, it had to return to Nintendo and they no longer allowed to be testers and had to pay for the console. Otherwise, it will go to small claims court as it has some.
Wait. Unless an exploit is found and doesn't result to brick when hold on. Sorry, I missed. Wait, testers that prod the flash storage with non-ROM chip immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick. Switch 2 detects... Switch 2 detects has some weird protection. That doesn't make sense. Some weird protection that it can detect voltage changes. That tools cause when scanning chips, even when it's minor? And also, if this person's a tester, he should be testing it to make sure that it's working properly. Meaning, they're in the company, meaning they shouldn't be threatened to be sued. Or they're the ones that leaked the Switch and then tried to hack it. In which case, I can see Nintendo trying to sue them because they stole a Switch 2 or got a Switch 2 early because they worked for them and then tried to hack it. But they're internal employees. And so Nintendo's like, yeah, that's against your employment contract. So we're going to sue you.
Bricks it, and Nintendo gave a troubleshooting step to reload the firmware from SD card, but it's stuck in boot looping. In the end, it had...
Unless an exploit is found, it doesn't result into a brick when implementing it. It won't happen in a long time. I know 3 testers that were working on hardware and software modding and know what they were doing. Just find that any work immediately bricks it, and Nintendo give a troubleshooting step to reload the firmware from SD card, but it's stuck in boot looping.
To return to Nintendo, and they no longer allowed to be testers and had to pay for the console. Otherwise, it will go to small claims court as it has some form of internal reporting that unauthorized use was made.
You are fake news.
That's the problem where I have trouble believing this story. The hackers sent the Switch back to Nintendo? Call me crazy, but I don't know a single hacker that would ever make the mistake of sending a device that they were trying to hack into and then busted back to the company to fix it. That's where the story falls apart for me. Now, I know Nintendo didn't send Switches out to reviewers or anything like that. To play testers, maybe, but I've heard virtually nothing about this. Apparently, another tester had an early access to a game and it crashed and rebooted, but no longer worked.
Oh, well, it got leaked. People got their hands on the Switches early. That is wildly known. This is 5 days ago? Yeah.
Worked until a reinstall of the firmware, so it may be a sign that an exploit that triggers a reboot to run unsigned code is out of question, as firmware will refuse to run and needs a clean firmware. Also, for your information, reinstalling firmware from SD card is not offline. It is a generic app that only connects to a Nintendo server to get the latest firmware, meaning it doesn't.
Apparently another tester had early access to a game that crashed and rebooted but no longer worked until a reinstall I and H. How close are I and H on the keyboard? Not really. The reinstall, I guess it's close to the N. So they could have fat fingered it. Or firmware, so it may be a sign that
allowed to install specific firmware version and no longer
an exploit that triggers a reboot to run unsigned code is out of the question. Well, that's why you mimic the signature.
As a workaround. Best bet is hope for an emulator.
Firmware will refuse to run. It needs
and a way to dump Switch 2 ROMs. Now, I have no way, absolutely no way of confirming any of this. Nobody does. If true, Nintendo has learned a lot from the Switch 1. For those of you who don't know, there was an exploit with the Switch 1 where removing one Joy-Con and inserting a specific device would essentially allow you to install your own custom firmware. This was a major oversight from both Nintendo and Nvidia, and it made the Switch 1 rather easy to mod and hack and turn into your own homebrew, whatever the hell you want. So Teams Nintendo took that to heart because such an exploit is disgraceful to them, but to gamers and consumers like us, this exploit is amazing and gave Switch an entirely new purpose other than just to play Nintendo games. They don't want you to have that with the Switch 2.
Didn't they sell a lot of Switches?
No doubt. The Switch 2 will be harder to hack than the Switch 1. I couldn't imagine that they would make it just as easy or easier. But this story right here just doesn't have enough credible source to follow up. Nonetheless, that gave a lot of Nintendo fanboys online confidence. You should have seen them. This line of news for them was like a line of cocaine. They consumed the whole thing and then proceeded to think that they could take on a grizzly bear. I kid you not, these guys were outright celebrating this news. Well, you know, when I say news, I put it in quotes because I still have no way of confirming any of this. Even so, let's just say it's true. Reality is, there's nothing that's going to be able to stop hackers and modders from eventually jailbreaking this device. Probably not going to happen anywhere near as soon as it did with the Switch 1. But you give it a few years with millions upon millions of people trying, and eventually
when did it come out?
Nearly every single piece of hardware has been able to be emulated and jailbroken. But remember, we're talking about Nintendo drones here, all right? They are the most tech illiterate of all gamers. So it was really painful to see a big channel like Nintendo Prime out here trying to cap for this and celebrate. Oh my God.
That's true. Nintendo.
If true, Nintendo took it very serious to make Nintendo Switch 2 extremely hard to hack. It's going to be many, many years before this gets cracked, at least 2, maybe longer. Game leaks online via game dumps is going to be a long ways off. IMHO, this is good news for general consumers. It will be hacked one day, but Nintendo went all out. No, Nintendo didn't go all out. NVIDIA went all out. Why does this guy know nothing? This is like all, well, I mean, it's kernel and OS based, so I guess I guess maybe Nintendo built the OS.
To make Nintendo Switch 2 extremely hard to hack. It's going to be many, many years before this gets cracked.
His name is
a
Nintendo product. It says it all.
Game dump is going to be a long ways off. In my honest opinion, this is good news for general consumers. It will be hacked one day, but Nintendo went all out so far to make
Ninty Prime. 90 Prime. Where's the advanced search? NINTY Nindy Prime. And what do you say? If true, comma, Nintendo took it. If true, Nintendo took it. $224,000 views and 2.3K likes. He said tens of thousands. Not thousands. $2.3K is not barely plural of tens of thousands. Tens of thousands would imply at least 10,000. This is not even a quarter of that. A quarter of a singular of a 10 of 1,000 of 10,000. And look how many people saw it. I'm taking the wrong meaning of what I said. Well, I know that 2.3 thousand is technically plural and barely plural. But in his video, he said he's not picking out tweets that only have like, whatever, one like. He's getting tweets that have tens of thousands of likes. And this does not have tens of thousands of likes. So I don't know what your 2.3K is technically thousands of likes. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, you were being facetious. You were being sarcastic. Got it.
Make it very difficult to do.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking piece of bacon! Why'd I get picked up?
How is this good for
82 likes, 11,000 views.
consumers?
Okay, Blake.
Oh, yeah, consumers?
290 likes, 10,000 views. How is this good for consumers? Game leaks. Even on his own page, on his own replies, he's not getting anything out of this.
Okay, Blake.
Oh, yeah, guys. Isn't that great? Isn't it totally wonderful that Nintendo will just brick your system for trying to customize it? That's real beneficial to us, the users. Why? Oh, that way there are no more leaks. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. You are a goddamn fanboy. I'm sorry, but to be in favor of such a harsh restriction, all to ensure that nothing from Nintendo leaks. I'm like, oh, what could Nintendo leak? A new Metroid? Oh, wow. A new Mario? What? A new Pokemon? No, never impossible. A new Zelda?
Oh, that also doesn't come from modding your Switch.
Whoa! Yeah, there's just so much that can be leaked
At all.
from Nintendo. Gee, I always wonder to myself, I wonder what's the next game Nintendo's working on? Could it be one of the same 10 IPs they've been working on for like the last 30 years? Be realistic with me. What leaks from Nintendo have been damaging to the consumers exactly? As a matter of fact, leaks are what your entire channel runs on, Nintendo Prime. So why are you acting like they would be bad for you? You're saying 1 minute, oh, no, game leaks have to
British,
stop.
so
But that
difficult.
won't ever stop you from
No, it
ensuring
wasn't
you report on
difficult to
whatever leak
read,
you
it
can
was
find
just-
as soon as possible on your channel. And by the way,
I
there's
was
nothing wrong
having
with
a
that. I actually
serious
like that
conversation,
you keep
and
people up
it
to
seemed
date with
like you were
Nintendo
trying to
news,
defend
but
the
this is easily
person.
one of the most bullshit excuses I have ever heard. Just face it. You get joy out of people not being
Or
able
just
to
add the
emulate Nintendo
kappa.
games.
Like, there's an emote specifically for sarcasm in Twitch called kappa. So you can just use that.
Because you want to feel like owning a Switch and supporting Nintendo is an exclusionary club, and if other people can play the same things you play, that makes you feel like your experience is lesser because you're a fanboy and you don't like other people not having to buy into Nintendo's bullshit ecosystem to get that experience. It's the same typical console fanboy bullshit I've been seeing for years on this website. Nintendo fanboys are their own worst enemies. They can't enjoy playing video games unless
You don't do that. You do /S then.
they know the money's going to Nintendo. It's the strangest thing. These guys just don't want PC gamers and Steam Deck users having access to Switch 2 games. That's all there is to it, which makes no sense because it's none of their concern. As a matter of fact, that is solely Nintendo's concern. So you wonder why they care if they are not the corporation themselves.
Wait.
Experience is lesser and to emulate Nintendo games. Because heard, just face it. You get joy out of people not being able to emulate Nintendo games because you want to feel like owning a Switch and supporting Nintendo is an exclusionary club, and if other people can play the same things you play, that makes you feel like your experience is lesser because you're a fanboy and you don't like other people not having to buy into Nintendo's bullshit ecosystem to get that experience.
Is that what Twitterites do? I don't know. That's what I would. That's what I do. I don't know. I do /S just to indicate if I'm doing sarcasm on something, and it's like either aggressive or I don't know, if it's sarcastic and it's all text based, I'll just put /S usually, or if it's Twitch based, I'll just put kappa or cap. I don't know. If I could apply the South Park disclaimer to everything I say, that'd be good. Should I just never listen to your opinion?
It's the same typical console fanboy bullshit I've been seeing for years on this website. Nintendo fanboys are their own worst enemies. They can't enjoy playing video games unless they know the money's going to Nintendo. It's the strangest thing. These guys just don't want PC gamers and Steam Deck users having access to Switch 2 games. That's all there is to it, which makes no sense because it's none of their concern. As a matter of fact, that is solely Nintendo's concern. So you wonder why they care if they are not the corporation themselves. That's because they believe they are a part of Nintendo. They have a parasocial relationship with a corporation.
Nintendo has reportedly made Switch 2 near impossible to hack. More info here.
Look at this guy. Respectfully, you have no idea what you're talking about.
More info.
Yeah, no, it is not impossible and will be hacked one day, but it's a nasty business right now.
Look at this guy. Respect.
Dude, why are you putting your lawnmower here? This guy is so biased. But yes, I agree. This person has no idea what they're talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Modern vintage gaming with the W and the ratio. Oh no. Vindicated. Nintendo Prime ratioed me this week when he scolded me for not realizing that Nintendo locked GameCube games behind Switch 2 Online. For some reason, me not knowing that was the real problem, but Nintendo doing that wasn't an issue. I don't get Nintendo Prime. Well, actually, I do. He's a fanboy. I understand the fanboy mentality better than anyone else. I've covered these guys for years. Same neurodivergent behavior. Now, in all fairness to Nintendo Prime, and I give him respect for this because it goes far above and beyond what any other fanboy does, he did go to YouTube to make a video correcting himself. Personally, I don't think he had to do that because all this is rumors and people don't have to be that harsh to him. His lack of understanding of these things is pretty normal. He's just a casual gamer. He's not heavy into tech, not heavy into software, not
okay. Yeah, but if you're a big
heavy into the modding scene.
What's his name again? Nintendo Prime? Is he a big YouTuber? Okay. You have 155,000 subscribers. Okay? You can go to your Twitter. You can literally actually fucking go to
but GameCube games behind Switch.
All right. This is on your own Twitter post. You can reply to Modern Vintage G. Said, respectfully, you have no idea what you're talking about. You can reply to this person and say, are you willing to have a conversation about this and educate me so that I will know what I'm talking about then? And then can I record it and put it in a YouTube video? And then you're essentially calling out this person. All right. But also, when you have that many fucking subscribers, you can talk with any of the modders because any of these anti-Nintendo people, especially all the people that hate you, you could reach out to like any of them and be like, yo, you're fucking stupid and here's why. Because of this, and this. And you can talk to any of the modders because they would be willing to talk to you because of your huge fucking platform. Unless you just don't want to platform these people, in which case then you're just one of those people. But you have access to the people with how big you are and with how many people clearly disagree with you and how many people want to correct you. You have access to those people. Contact them and make content out of it. And then make more money off of it. It is like there's no loss. There is zero loss. Number one, you get more knowledge, so people will respect you more because you'll lie less. Your subs will go up. This guy will respect you more. Whoever the fuck this guy is. I don't... who mega lol this guy. And a lot of other people might respect you a little bit more. Even though you still may be a Nintendo fanboy, you will still have at least some knowledge. And then you can talk with other people by just opening that door and being like, okay, what is the current modding situation? Why is it so difficult? And go blah, blah. You can get into those details. You have access to those people. Why are you just making a statement that you have no knowledge about?
Modern vintage gaming with the W and the ratio. Oh no. Vindicated. Nintendo Prime ratioed me this week when he scolded me for not realizing that Nintendo locked GameCube games behind Switch 2 Online. For some...
Wait, only Switch 2 will be able to play GameCube games via Switch Online and not the Switch 1? How am I just not finding this out? Maybe pay attention to the companies you should talk about better, eh? To create more well-rounded conversation instead of jumping to assumptions and conclusions. And then this video. Okay, so apparently that's incorrect.
Reason me not knowing that was the real problem, but Nintendo doing that wasn't an issue. I don't get Nintendo Prime. Well, actually I do. He's a fanboy. I understand the fanboy mentality better than anyone else. I've covered these guys for years. Same neurodivergent behavior. Now, in all fairness to Nintendo Prime, and I give him respect for this because he goes far above and beyond what any other fanboy does. He did go to YouTube to make a video correcting himself. Personally, I don't think he had to do that because all this is rumors, and people don't have to be that harsh to him. His lack of understanding of these things is pretty normal. He's just a casual gamer. He's not heavy into tech, not heavy into software, not heavy into the modding scene. But his enthusiasm, his support of Nintendo making it so you can't mod your own Switch 2 is very defensive of a billion-dollar corporation like Nintendo for no reason whatsoever. I mean, he can report on it, but to be enthusiastic and happy about it, that's just blatant fanboy behavior. You didn't have to do that. Everybody can see your blatant fanboyism on this subject.
Is this guy
to be
a
honest,
communist?
Modern Vintage Gaming was quite respectful in telling you you don't know what you're talking about. Definitely a lot nicer than me. I don't think Nintendo Prime deserves any kind of harassment or anything.
What if you're a billion-dollar company
the piece of paper
with
on
a
his back
billion
and said,
company,
"Kick me,
or with a
please."
billion
I don't think
employees?
he even understands who Modern Vintage
Does it
Gaming
mean
is,
every employee
but
can
I
only
would
get
personally
$1?
consider it an honor to be
But that's bad
ratioed
because
by
it's a
Modern
billion-dollar
Vintage Gaming.
company?
Because there's always something to learn from it. It's just pure insanity for me to see how much Nintendo fanboys are willing to
Sounds
just
like it.
let go of their personal freedoms and choices for the sake of getting a 20th Mario game. The fact that
hate
there are
these fucking
grown-ass
people.
adults willing to sell their soul to play Metroid Prime 4 is an embarrassment to the human race. But let's just say the rumor is true, and Nintendo Prime has absolutely no idea what any of it means, but he's advocating for it. Let me explain to you. If there really was a system put in place where the voltage detection is what determines whether or not you've tampered with a device that, you've paid full money for, that you apparently have no authorization to tamper with, and that results in Nintendo just bricking your system. Could you imagine the smallest of electrical discharges that could cause this thing to self-brick if this is
Yeah,
true?
the guy
Which
has
again,
no
I don't
idea.
think it is, because this would be disastrous. Could attaching a third-party charger cause this thing to brick? Such a restriction in place sounds very sensitive and bound to break. If any of it was true, Nintendo Prime would be cheering on what is single-handedly one of the greatest engineering mistakes in gaming history. And he has no clue because he doesn't really understand it. And I guess that's where MVG's frustrations come in, because these guys have no idea what they are talking
That's
about or the
ridiculous.
consequences of what they're cheering for. As long as it's in favor of Nintendo, they'll just blindly do it, even if in turn it doesn't
Nintendo
favor
Switch
them.
2
And you
camera.
can see that in the excuse Nintendo Prime has for why he supports it, because of leaks. A very poorly thought out excuse. Like, you can tell he didn't even take more than 3 seconds to come up with one. But there you go. I mean, these guys outright support Nintendo bricking your system. Who knows how much of this will even be true at the official launch? We'll get to know more in less than a week. But knowing what these guys were supporting before any of it is confirmed is
but
quite telling of their character. How well will any of this age? Well, if you want to find out, that's why you like, comment, share, and subscribe to keep up to date with everything I will be reporting on leading up to the official Switch 2 launch and afterwards. That being said, I'll see you in the next video.
Free Congo sucks ass.
All right. You said Nintendo finally bricked someone's Switch 2, but the person was trying to hack it, they bricked it, and then Nintendo wouldn't fix it and send it back, which is normal for literally every company. For every company. For Intel, for Nvidia, for Apple, for every hardware company on the fucking planet. I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, I'll link the video in chat. If you like the video, you can feel free to give him a like. I think he's a certified Nintendo hater, and a lot of, if not all of the criticism that he gave the other guy for being a Nintendo fanboy and a Nintendo cum guzzler, he's like an anti-Nintendo cum guzzler. I think he just drinks buckets of anti-Nintendo cum. I think that's what he does. I'm not a fan. I don't know. He's saying that they're like calling you. Like, I don't get it. But yeah,
in the Switch 2. What happens if I try to launch it? Okay, it does need. I'm just gonna launch. And actually, if I go to it, it says a software update.
This is what we were talking about with the MIG switch.
Again.
So this guy's using the MIG switch.
So
he's putting it in.
It does attempt to at least read the cartridge, but it just sees it
it's
as
reading the
one of the
cartridge,
game files that's on
but
here.
it was only reading one game cartridge.
Back to the OLED. Still, and actually, if I go to,
but and it would load the game. You go back to the Switch 2.
So we're back
put
to
it
Tales of
in.
Vesperia. Let's download. Let's go through as just basic user here on this Switch. So the update's done. The update.
And it did download. It did download
So
the
the update's
update.
done.
It looks like maybe.
Let's go through as just basic user here on this Switch 2.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell because he cut out that part of the video.
And it still says couldn't start the software. But it definitely doesn't play nice with it. It is cycling through it somewhat. I'm off to like Sonic Racing. It's cycling a bit better. Let's see if it'll play Wild
Okay,
Guns.
so this one didn't require an update.
No.
But yeah.
So
it didn't.
The MIG switch
It doesn't. The MIG switch doesn't break the Switch 2.
can, it seems anyway, cycle at times. Not every time.
But the MIG switch was built for the Switch, not the Switch 2. So it's kind of like whatever. A new record, Switch 2. Massive sales record. And yes, got hacked. Okay. It didn't get hacked.
Oh, hey, didn't see that. I was sitting there playing on my Switch 2, and look, yeah, we have some stuff to get to today, but first, let's talk about the hack. So this David Buchanan guy says he did a userland ROP on day 1, and you can see it running here.
All right, I want to see how smart this guy is.
There's a little frame buffer graphic running in the top corner. He claims he couldn't full screen this because the frame rate would tank. Now, look, full disclosure here. I am a scrub. I know nothing about the modding scene. I know some stuff about hacking, but knowing how to hack some things is far different than me being able to hack like a piece of hardware. I'm used to like, oh, you want to like hack a piece of software or something. And so I don't really know what this means other than it is a hack. So I'm relying on others. So I want to let you know I am outside.
How hard do I want to go in on this person? Pause. I gotta turn on the AC before I have a fucking aneurysm on how fucking stupid that statement was. Holy shit. Okay, first of all, if you're trying to hack something, you are almost always doing it on a hardware level. You have to like almost always touch the hardware. If you're only touching the software, usually the software will detect it, especially in modern day software, because it checks a lot of stuff during the kernel, which is why everyone hated Riot and Valorant for putting their anti-cheat stuff on a kernel level, because at a kernel level, which is like the base system level, that is where everything is stored. So it's like if you have credit card information or shit like saved on your stuff, and all of a sudden Riot wants to do some wacky shit, or if somebody at Riot does some wacky shit, someone who's like really smart and can do something super sneaky, they may be able to get a lot of information on people's computers because they have kernel level access essentially with the Vanguard anti-cheat. All right. But the Vanguard anti-cheat is going around and able to pick up more cheats because a lot of the hacks for video games, which is probably what he's talking about. He's like, oh, I am used to hacks for software. He probably just like downloads. This is probably the type of motherfucker that you'll see in COD or Counter-Strike that's like using aimbot and wall hacks and stuff. This is what this person is probably talking about, where he just downloaded a piece of software and he's like, I'm a hacker. Ah! That's this guy. That's what I get. Because this is all on the OS level, which is it's a fucking software layer.
Oh, hey, first, let's talk about the hack. So this day about hacking, but knowing how to hack some things is far different than me being able to hack like a piece of hardware. I'm used to like, oh, you want to like hack a piece of software or something. And so I don't really know what this means other than it is a hack. So I'm relying on others. So I want to let you know I'm outside my bounds. So I just want to give some context I at least saw online.
This video
this was over on our Nintendo Reddit. This is where I originally saw it. And you can see the blue sky link. And this user right here seems to give a good explanation. So this person says, you know, is a user land ROP. Oh, hey, and then injecting your own code. Troll flow says, can you please elaborate? See the blue sky link. And this.
It's like just this area.
Nintendo Reddit. This is where I originally saw it. And you can see the blue sky link. And this user right here seems to give a good explanation. So this person says, is a user land ROP exploit unless they take it to another stage? It's just that. This guy says, can you please elaborate more? What are the implications? And Whelpsai says this: ROP means essentially that he managed to hijack the control flow of the program he was running so that it could run pieces of other code already in memory. Basically running tiny pieces of the software Nintendo wrote in an order, and that way that they just didn't intend it to run. But it doesn't allow arbitrary code, and it can't yet, if ever, take over the whole device. It could be an entry point to another attack or not. So essentially, it's a very minor way of getting
Script kit? No, that's not even script kidding. It's like pre-script kidding. His like not even that. He's just like, he just seems like he has no idea what he's talking about. I don't even think he's a hacker. I don't think he has any idea what he's talking about. But yeah, what was enabled is kind of like what they have in Super Mario World, where you do specific inputs and certain things, and you can get weird glitches at certain times, and you can get to like the final stage super early. And they do it for a lot of speed runs, but they essentially break the memory
into the system, but you're just running Nintendo's code a little bit out of order. You're not actually getting in and injecting your own code. And while this hack could be the beginning, this absolutely could be the beginning that leads to the system being fully hacked, it might not be. This might not be the method to get in. And right now, you can't actually do anything. It's not like they're injecting their own code. Not like they're putting homebrew on. It's just the beginning. And look, these ROP hacks are fairly popular from when I was able to Google search online. They happen on pretty much every piece of hardware. So I'm not going to sit here and panic over it as a consumer that just doesn't want things leaked online. Also, this person was able to factory reset it and still use it. Nintendo did not brick their system, maybe because he was only executing Nintendo's own code rather than any sort of custom code. Either way, I'm just going to sit here and go, yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 has been hacked. Cool. You want to own me?
It hasn't been hacked.
On the internet over it, go right ahead. I already admitted the story I reported on was wrong, and I already admitted that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But hey, you know what? It's been hacked. It's just kind of a useless hack right now, as nothing can really be done with it. But maybe someday something will. Now we got to get to another story about game key cards, and I hope this is the last time we have to talk about it, but that's because developers are thanking Nintendo for them. So
it's stupid. It's like think about it in this way. If somebody at like Nintendo lost their access card, like a badge, like access badge that they have to scan to get into buildings, they lost it. They reported it to security. The security disables the key card and issues you a new card. But you found the key card that was broken, like you do, but you don't work for Nintendo. You can't use that key card to get anywhere because it's disabled. You would have to somehow get in through a completely different way, get into their system in a different way to enable it. But in order to enable it, you would also have to relate it to or tie it directly to a person. And it would have to be a person that is an employee. And so you would have to make yourself an employee or overwrite that key card number that you have, that hash, over somebody else's and hope that that person isn't going to work that day or already used their badge. And then they go to security and they're like, hey, my badge isn't working. And then you also have to hope that there's no security in place to where whenever somebody logs into that badge system, that it doesn't go off, or if something changes, that nobody in security is notified. Like there's just like there's so many things. There's just so many protections. Like what they found was essentially an access key card with no actual access to anything. All right, good night, Pipe. Take it easy.
keycard might upset gamers, but one insider says publishers are thanking Nintendo. So as we go down here, it says, gamers have been quite miffed with game keycards, as many think the fact that downloads are required defeats the purpose of doing a physical release in the first place. Gamers want to have their purchases all in one physical release, be that a game card on Switch or Switch 2, or discs on other platforms. That said, early sales of game keycards seems to show that at least a decent portion of consumers are okay with it. In an interview with Bloomberg, Neko Kino of Kaios Company Consultancy Agency, which offers support devices to developers, had some insight to share on the publisher side of things. According to Kino, while gamers might not be smiling about game keycards, publishers are applauding the move.
Yes, because publishers make a lot more money.
Expensive games, along with cartridges that just contain code to download data, may not make gamers happy, but software publishers are thanking Nintendo as they face rising costs to make games. Now, look, I'm not the biggest fan of things like this, Yakuza 0 being a game keycard, and yeah, well, it's certainly better than something like this. Split Fiction being literally a code in the box. I'll show you. Don't worry. Code's already been redeemed. The point is that I'm not a big fan of that. I'd rather things be more like Cyberpunk, which is a complete cartridge. Notice no warning label down here because it's the complete game. So I would rather that be the way that things go on Switch 2. It's just not reality. And developers have been pushing publishers really.
So there are some
a lot to go
physical
all
games.
Digital, but Nintendo knows they have a large fan base that likes to buy physically, and they want to have.
If anything, I would have thought that Cyberpunk would have been a downloaded thing, because reading something off of a cartridge should be a lot slower than reading something off of a hard drive. So why would you not want that downloaded? It is capped at 720p. Like on handheld. So I don't know.
Games on store shelves that aren't just Nintendo games. So chances are there was a conversation. This is obviously just me guessing between Nintendo and these companies. And the companies, found a compromise to get their games on store shelves. Because look, the alternative is people think, if game keycards didn't exist for something like Bravely Default, that, they would just put it on a cartridge. Or they wouldn't, and they would just go digital only. Nintendo can't force companies to use cartridges. Like, if they only made cartridges, that sounds like a solution, but it might not be. So we have to understand that, this is just the way the industry is going. It sucks. I hate, all digital future, even though I accepted it on PC a long time ago. But whatever. Let's
Brick
get into
and mortar
some
is dying.
news that's probably going to excite some people.
B&M is dying.
The people that it should excite the most is Nintendo.
B&M is dying.
Podcast, we have Paul Gale Network on, who said he had a source, and Paul's really accurate with sales data about the sales of Nintendo Switch 2. Since that podcast ended last night, a couple other people reached out to me that have credentials and have essentially verified that story. Now, again, I have not seen this data for myself. I'm just sharing it out in the world. But I want to let you know that it looks like Nintendo Switch 2 broke every single launch record for day one sales.
It can work
I put out this tweet today.
for
24-hour launch sales, in my estimation. Now, what's really cool about the Switch 2?
Nintendo offers free Joy-Con 2
I don't know how much we would tell about Game Chat at the channel. I have used
repairs
it.
because
now, we have one story here about Nintendo Switch 2 repair prices, because of course, now that Switch 2s are in our hand, like mine is right here, we have to worry about what if something breaks? What if we drop it? What if for some reason we run it over with a lawnmower? I don't know. What's it going to cost to fix the damn thing? Because,
free Joy-Con 2
warranty
repairs?
is good, right? You can use your warranty for up to a year. What about after that? What's it going to cost to fix things? Well, one thing is good in here, or at least it seems to be good. The rest are, well, I don't know what else you expected. So we got a list of Switch 2 repair prices. When we come down here, you see repairing the console is $179. Repairing the dock is $66. Repairing the Switch 2 Pro controller is $48. Camera is $30. And the AC adapter, if that somehow broke, is $18. One thing that's not listed there, as it says, is the Joy-Con 2. And you might go, why isn't the Joy-Con 2 listed? Well, it probably is because the Joy-Con 2 will be having free repairs, just like on Joy-Con 1. And that's actually good guy Nintendo. What's not so good is why you might need those repairs. And that is because, let's get this out of the way. We obviously knew they weren't Hall effect or TMR. But what we didn't realize, this is an actual Switch 2 stick broken down, is that it's the exact same mechanism. You can see it here. It's the same mechanism as we had on the Nintendo Switch 1. Now, these
Got
are
it.
a little bit smaller, and this is a little different in the middle. So there
So
are
they're
some micro
just still
adjustments to how
fucked.
the stick works.
That's
and
why.
I
That
can
makes
say,
sense.
based on my own hands-on, the sticks do feel better and smoother, but it still could be using that core
Okay.
mechanism. That's what it looks like. And that core mechanism is what led to Joy-Con drift. Now, these micro adjustments they made, not only have they improved the feel of the sticks, maybe they have fixed the drift problem. It's something we're not going to know for probably 6
GameStop
months
wrecks
to a year
people's
if we
Switch.
see Joy-Con.
Wait,
What we
what?
don't want to see, even though it has, I guess, a happy ending, is what GameStop did. It's just like one major store, but then
Yeah, I'm like, there's no way they're giving out free repairs for controllers unless there's something wrong with the controllers. And if they gave free repairs away for controllers on the first one, and they're using the same mechanism on the second one, that seems very odd. And they're also giving out free repairs on the second one. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like they have some type of deal that they make more money off of just doing free repairs, because you probably still have to pay for shipping, because a lot of repairs like warranties and stuff, you have to pay for shipping there and back. So they don't have to really do anything. And if their bulk is so high and their contracts are so good that doing the repairs or doing the replacements doesn't fucking matter, then it's just whatever. And then they can send like refurbished versions of the controller and sell them to like a third party.
major stores in New York, so it affected like lots of units, like 1,000 units or something. But
One GameStop store stapled receipts onto Nintendo 2 Switch boxes, ruining the system in the process. How is that possible? A staple?
they stapled receipts to the Switch 2 box, which went ahead and damaged the system. You can see right here, like these dots that went through, like they went through straight to the screen and damaged it because they probably just slammed the stapler down. GameStop did update and say that we addressed a unique case of staples damaging Switch 2 screens, isolated to one store, and replacements have been offered. And everyone this affected was offered a replacement unit. They had to gather units from surrounding GameStops that had spare units not sold.
How did it hit the screen? How did you staple it so hard that it hit the screen and fucked up the screen? That is insane. And also, why is the screen not protected? Is it not like wrapped up?
Well, yeah, that being said, it's very unfortunate that this happened. In my opinion, most of the blame belongs with GameStop.
No, all of the blaming is on Nintendo Switch for making shitty packaging.
One, you should not be stapling things to people's systems, to people's boxes. People like to collect these things. And
that is also true. But packaging.
beyond all of that, Nintendo could probably like at least flip the Switch 2 upside down in case someone does do something stupid so it doesn't puncture the screen.
You mean just put packaging around it?
I still feel like most of the blame belongs with GameStop, but I want to just mention Nintendo could prevent this in the future quite easily. But I also just don't think it should be Nintendo's problem
using
because we should
packaging?
be having staples added to our box, not by Nintendo themselves. Just pointing out, like if you put a staple into my copy of Cyberpunk and ruin my box, I'm not gonna be happy about that. So don't put a staple in my Switch 2 box. Thankfully, didn't happen to me. There's my Switch 2 box back there. I got it from a GameStop. No issues. Literally no issues. They put it in a bag. Why they could have put all the items in a bag beats me. I don't run that local GameStop at New York, so.
The thing is, it was probably for pre-orders. So when you have like 500 different Switch 2s and you have a bunch of pre-orders, you get the receipt and it's all ordered by people's names. It could be in like alphabetical order, and you have the receipts of people who already paid. So you just fucking like staple it to each one, and you're like, all right, it's all there. And so when the people come to actually get it, you know exactly who it is. You see the name on the receipt that's on the front. You pick it up. You're like, all right, boom, here you go. And it's easy. It's fast. It's streamlined shit. It makes sense.
Anyways, folks, that's what
They could have done it
do it.
differently.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
That guy's a dick rider. But
Nintendo Reddit. This is where I originally saw it, and you see the Blue Sky link. And this
he also, I mean, he admitted that he was wrong. I don't know. I just feel like a lot of this shit is so stupid. These people just don't know what they're talking about. Like, nobody knows. I don't understand. Like, if you don't know what you're talking about, why not just, like, talk with somebody who knows what they're talking about? But there's a video I linked in chat if you want to check it out. If you are a Nintendo dick writer, this person may be the person that you want to do. Or they may just have other stuff. Or if you just want to laugh at how this person doesn't know anything, then yeah, it may be a channel for you. YouTube Premium now has ads? No shot. That can't be real.
One of my favorite...
I want to play a game of Bazaar, but I don't have like a shit ton of time. But now I'm really invested in this.
Reddit boards on the internet is r/YouTube. And it's not because, you know, there's some...
Alright, so this is Some Ordinary Gamers, Mutahar. He's been flip-flopping back and forth on a lot of topics. He's been weird lately. He's been really weird lately.
One of my favorite Reddit boards on the internet is r.
But he's usually really credible when it comes to a lot of the tech stuff. He does a lot of Linux things. I don't think he really streams, but he does pretty much everything on Linux, as far as I know. But yeah, he has a lot of really good videos.
/YouTube. And it's not because, you know, there's some crazy good advice about
It's
YouTube.
just his
over
internet
here.
drama is really
No, I
weird.
feel like most of this, like, actual subreddit is complaining
most
about
of
the
his
ad
videos are good.
blockers on the internet. You know, every other day, you always find somebody who posts the ad blockers are not allowed on YouTube. And again, YouTube will remind you, you know it's against terms of service to use that ad blocker. But you know you can go ad-free with YouTube Premium, and the creators can still get paid. So it's kind of like having
Damn
ad
right.
block, and then you know, the people that are, you know, uploading the videos that you watch on this
Damn
channel
right.
still get money from the ads. Or
Damn
technically
right.
from your premium subscription. And you know
Damn
what?
right.
Sometimes it's best to know that when it comes to this, like, actual Reddit, they're always usually giving people, like, the cheat codes to avoid paying for that YouTube Premium. It's like, here are the plugins required to watch YouTube's.
Remove YouTube Shorts. uBlock Origin Lite. I have uBlock Origin, but I have it disabled for I have it disabled for Kick and Twitch and YouTube. But I have YouTube Premium, so I don't really care. Because I don't get commercials. But I'm gonna grandstand here. I just want to, like, support other creators because I know how it is as a creator. And so it's just like, even watching an ad helps, even if it's like fucking 1 penny. It does. I mean, it adds up, even though it's fucking annoying and stupid. But it's still something, I guess.
Remove YouTube Shorts, okay? Return the YouTube dislikes, which this is kind of a useless extension because they...
Yeah, if it only shows who has, like, the dislikes thing.
kind of just they kind of do like a lot of math to make the dislikes seem closer, but generally under research it really is not an accurate dislike counter, which is one of the reasons why I don't even bother using it anymore. uBlock Origin Lite, okay, which is by far the premier ad blocker that you just install, and I have no idea what YouTube Row Fixer is.
I don't know what that is either.
But I do know other like extensions, like I think it's like Spawn.
Row Fixer.
Idea what YouTube Row Fixer is?
Cheers. Oh, so you can change how large the videos are? And you can have it show the full title of the video? Or you can just have it ... off? Oh, and you can show how many posts are per row. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wouldn't say it's like necessary to operate YouTube, but it's cool. It's cool. Like, I think this should be a feature within YouTube. This is actually really cool. I like this. Yeah. I think this is actually a really cool feature. The hiding YouTube shorts, not good for YouTube. But
I do know other like extensions, like I think it's like sponsor block, all the other stuff that people add to make, you know, your YouTube experience just really about the YouTube video and not about the advertisements or the algorithm feeding you whatever you want, right? And of course, one of my favorite posts all the time is "Fuck you, Google." Now, this is apparently something where somebody loaded up YouTube.com and the entire page was this blank with like gray squares. Now,
it's like it's only on Firefox. It's a Firefox thing. It's only Firefox.
A lot of this has to do with YouTube updating ad block detection, which it seems like 99.9% of the subreddit actually uses.
No,
you know,
it's
I think
Firefox.
most people that are internet savvy absolutely.
And the other 0.1% is Firefox, or is Chrome. Like, everybody that has problems with that is Firefox. I can like guarantee you.
Absolutely love using ad blocks, and I don't even blame them. I think
that
ad
happens
block
to
is
me,
amazing.
and I
think it's actually better than an antivirus software. Like, if you asked me honestly, like what I would recommend on somebody's computer, would you browse the internet with antivirus softwares or ad blockers? I think I would absolutely tell you the ad blocker is like absolutely required. It's not just me telling you this.
Okay, right now, ad blocker for sure, but you have to have scripts in place. Because just an ad blocker is not enough. There's actually specific scripts that you can add to your ad blocker that will do specific things, that will look for specific things as well. I actually don't even know. I don't know what it does. I'm not even going to try to pretend like I know what they do, because I never even looked into it. I was just told, oh, yeah, go into your uBlock Origin. You haven't done this yet. Go into your uBlock Origin and put this in this area. And I was like, okay. Where is it? uBlock Origin. It was like manage extensions. Where is it? Check for update. I was like, I don't think I ever checked for updates. Is it add debug add-ons? No. Manage extension shortcuts? No. View recent updates. Manager plugins. Oh, I might need to add some plugins. I don't even know where it was. There was like a whole box where I had to put in a big list of shit. I think I have it in my notes somewhere. Access data for all websites. This is like learn more about permissions. I don't remember where it is. I'd have to find it. I don't care.
It's like the FBI. It's pretty much every big cybersecurity firm just straight up telling you, yeah, the ads are scary these days. Sometimes they link you to really malicious stuff. You should just block them. And
yeah, because they're not actually checking ads anymore. There were some ads where you would click on them. They were sponsored by Google, and you click on them, and they would send you to a fake website that looks like that website, and you do stuff on that website, and then you get like your identity stolen and shit like that. That happened recently. Shit was crazy. And it may still be happening. It may still be happening.
So, of course, YouTube is constantly at war with ad blockers. And sometimes, if you're an ad block lover, you log into YouTube, it's like, whoa, the site's completely broken. So you either wait 2 to 4 hours to get all the updates from like the ad blockers, like they will fight back against YouTube. And at this point, I'm not even ashamed to mention the ad blockers because they literally sit right there in the Google Play Store. Like imagine YouTube telling you it's against terms of services, but then at the same time, in the same fucking breath, they have Google just like
they are on the
advertising
Google
it for
Play
you, okay?
Store.
And sometimes
They
you'll
are on
find
the
even
Google
ad blockers exist on YouTube's like you know,
the
advertising
extension.
itself too. So like I have
Not
seen
necessarily
YouTube ads.
Google
I made a
Play
video
Store,
on a
but-
YouTube ad blocker Pi that was literally advertised on YouTube itself. So anyways, going in further into this, right? Again, there's more situations where people are like,
actually really
YouTube,
funny.
just give up. And they're just blocking you from blocking the ads. Now, I think the normal person response to this is probably downloading a web browser like Brave or something that just ignores all this bullshit. You know, just like it all packages it in, or Opera GX, or any of these browsers that completely advertise the fact that
but there's a lot of other extensions
every
that
ad
just
blocker on the internet.
doesn't work.
Now, again, if I'm not advocating that you use an ad block on YouTube,
There's
you
a
should
lot of other
absolutely pay for
extensions
YouTube
that just
Premium.
don't work.
Now, remember, ad blocks are against YouTube terms of services. But that's where I learned the actual focal point of today's video. Today
Cheers.
I found out YouTube has a premium light option. So I didn't know this, but YouTube is like $14 a month, all right? And premium is $8 a month. So
what? Oh, hold on. Google YouTube. $15.19. Huh. Wait. Music and music videos ad-free. Downloads and background play. Oh, fuck. Dude, background play is so nice. Background play is 1000% necessary. Fuck. This used to be $5 or $6, I think. And now the whole thing is $15.19.
what do you get with this saving, Muda? Well, if you
After
get the
taxes.
premium regular, everything you get on YouTube is all ad-free. And then premium light, most videos are ad.
Why do we not get the movies and shit with this? With premium then? Because I don't get like the movies, like YouTube TV or whatever. It is because I thought maybe there was two different ones, like premium light and premium, and I was on premium light and I just didn't get ads and shit. I didn't know that background play had anything to do with it though, but I thought like there was just a step up and it was like YouTube TV or YouTube movies or whatever. I didn't know it was like a different thing. Where is an example? Do they have it on the side somewhere? Yeah, movies and TV. Yeah, it's like try now. I get Crunchyroll, primetime channels. Dude, you can get Crunchyroll and Paramount Plus? HBO Max, Stars? Wait, do you get all that for one? There's no way you get all this. Primetime channels. Bad boys, let's go, baby. Yeah, YouTube movies and TV. Okay. So if I were to go to like a Crunchyroll one and go here and click on this. Oh yeah, so this would be Crunchyroll specifically. So they're all completely independent. How much does Crunchyroll actually cost? Is the same? $7.99. Cancel anytime, but I'm not a rapper. First 7 days ad free. I think. Yeah, enjoy ad free anime anytime. You just get to watch it all in one location, I guess, is the advantage. And maybe you get charged all at one time. $17? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, this shit's so expensive. How do people pay for this shit all the time? Dude, this is like back in the day when there was just like regular TV and then there was cable. And then there was like ESPN 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the Ocho. And then and then there was movie there was the HBO and Cinemax. Or was Skinemax actually a different one? They might have been different. Or we just called it Skinemax because it had softcore porn. Anyway. But yeah, there was like music specific ones. There was the sports ones, like specifically for football or specifically for basketball, specifically for soccer. Oh, I know I just pissed off all the Europeans. It's football. Blah, blah, blah. What's a fucking kebab? But yeah, I mean, that's how it used to be. And that's what it's coming back to, except it's way more expensive now. Because before, it all used to go through one company. It would be like you had your, like, whatever shitty companies are out there. Cox Communications. You know, like Cox Communications, right? They had their ones, and for the most part, you couldn't make your own custom plan at first, because they essentially forced you to pay for shit that you didn't want, so they could charge you more. So they're like, well, we're giving you all this, and you're like, well, I don't fucking want that shit. And they're like, yeah, but you get it anyway. We're charging you for it. So they did a lot of that. But then I think they went to a model to where you could... there was more customized packages. But then you could just get like a complete package, like a one through everything. But there's like almost 1,000 TV channels now. And it's like fucking ridiculous. But like a lot of them are just like movies made for TV or old movies that are still like bleeped out. Like you'll see Die Hard 1 on there and it'll still be bleeped out. Yippee-ki-yay, mother clucker. And you sit there like, what am I? Or it'll just be like an album cover. And then it'll be the band's album cover. And then it'll just be playing their music. And I'm like, it's Spotify. Basically. Just more expensive. And you can't search for anything because it forces you to play. It's just playing the stuff.
Free. So you're still, even under YouTube Premium, albeit light, you still end up getting the fucking ads. Now, as far as...
Wait, most videos ad free, being gaming, fashion, beauty, news, and more. I wonder what that and more is.
Most videos are considered, I guess gaming is exempt, fashion is exempt, beauty, news, and more. So yeah, these are just like the...
Because those are the lowest CPM? I would assume people don't want to put as many ads on those, so it's fine for it to be ad free. But when you get into things like finance has a very high CPM. Like if you're a finance YouTuber, or real estate, something like that, you're like how much money you make per 1,000 views. CPM is clicks per mille, which is like one click per, or yeah, like how much money you get per 1,000 clicks. So if you're in finance, you're getting like $50 per 1,000 people watching, or people watching an ad on your video. So you're getting like 50 CPM. But if you're a gaming channel, you're going to get like maybe $10 CPM. If you're a family-friendly gaming channel, you are at like 15 to maybe 17 CPM. Something like that. But yeah, the comparison is wild. That's wild. And that's probably why they don't care as much.
Categories that I guess you're in. But for most people, all right.
And it's more beneficial for them to get the $8 a month from people than it is for them to do this. And they're like, we don't really care.
And if you're watching like music videos or anything like that, that shit ain't ad-free on Premium Lite. And I suspect that's where YouTube's like bean counters have noticed, like, hey, most people on Premium love music videos. Better not give that away for free. And then, of course, one feature you don't get are downloads and background play, which I didn't know this until today.
Background play is so
really,
good.
I didn't know this until like traveling to the United States. But when you fly from Canada to the United States, you get the ability to watch YouTube in the background on the mobile app. Okay, but as soon as you cross the border back into fucking Leafland, YouTube takes that feature away. I don't know why YouTube does this. I easily could go onto Brave, the mobile app on my phone, go to any YouTube video, full screen, and just put it in a little box and just do anything else later, which I tend to do for things like live streams if I'm watching them. Video.
Wait, that's not background play. Is it? I thought background play was when you like turned off your screen and you just had it playing in the not like the picture in picture or mini player. The mini player I don't think exists on the iPhones. It only exists on Android. As far as I know.
Downloads, I actually did use that feature when flying once, when I just downloaded a bunch of videos because I had like a 4 or 5 hour flight, and I was like, this is probably how I'm gonna like make the time go by.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't know that YouTube offered a cheaper option. Now, where the controversy comes into a little bit over here is apparently one user found out that Premium Lite.
I feel like they never told me that they had. Did they email me when they increased the price?
They're just going to start adding more ads into Premium Lite. So one of the mail that ended up leaking out from a user was like, thank you for being a Premium Lite member. Premium Lite offers fewer interruptions, so you can watch more of the YouTube you love. And actually, they're pretty true about that.
Sounds like
a lot of
they're
YouTube, a lot of the
removing even
platform,
more.
if you don't have YouTube Premium or an ad block, and actually, I don't use an ad block on this computer either, so whenever you watch me like cover a video and you just see an ad show up, it's because I don't have ad block for YouTube here, just because I don't know how their TOS detection works. Like if I choose to like completely go ad blocked, I don't know if I could get banned somehow. But the other thing is I also don't pay for
It's like all YouTubers pay for YouTube Premium.
YouTube Premium, and a lot of that comes
Oh, that's why.
from me literally just gutting most of my subscription services. I did like an audit, I want to say like a month and a half ago, and I just saw all the subscription services that I was paying for, and it like added up to like, I think 100, like 110, 120 bucks. And
fuck. You see what I'm saying? It's like all that shit adds up so quickly. It adds up so quick. Not even quickly, because it's like, oh, I want to watch this one show. You're like, oh, but it's on this one platform. And so you go to it and you get a subscription. The thing is like a lot of things, depending on who you are or what kind of TV show watcher you are, most platforms, if not all platforms, have a 7-day free trial. So you do a 7-day free trial, you binge the show, and you cancel your thing before it charges anything. So you get to watch it for free, but it is only the one show that you get to watch.
I can afford that, but obviously it's a pretty like eye-opening experience because like most people who just like are trying to get by
and you're not using most of them.
Services.
Most people that have subscription services like gyms make all of their money off of people that don't go to the gym. It's like 70% of their income are from people who have not been to the gym for like, I want to say 6 months or longer. And that's like a ridiculous percentage. It's just people forget about their subscriptions.
The way that these services work is you sub to them once, and the idea is you just forget, right? It's kind of like the Patreon thing, like get to the Patreon first and then hope that your audience just forgets that their account is being bled like $4 or $5 a month. And that's
it's just like
kind
Twitch.
of the same thing for subscriptions, right? Like, how often do you think, the subscription isn't awesome, but do you ever actually
just like when you subscribe to me on Twitch, I hope that you forget about it.
Completely getting rid of it. I suspect very few people do, which is why it's so popular for a lot of these companies. And so when I looked at how much I was spending, I'm like, no, I'll just knock down everything that I actually don't use. And so at this point, I'm pretty much down to one subscription, which is or actually two. One of them is like a Xbox subscription for online play and the Game Pass, and the other one is like a Spotify family plan because I actually have people in the plan using that. And then actually no, there's one more subscription which is like Google Drive, and that's just because I have to have like things backed up to a cloud server. But anyways, we are writing to let you know that beginning 30th June 2025. Ads may appear on Shorts. In addition to that music content when you search or browse, most videos will continue to remain ad-free. brother, what is the point of buying YouTube Premium if that's the case? So anyway, they always go, while we hope that you continue to be a member, you can cancel anytime. And again, like I said, I suspect anybody knows if they're canceled anytime. So according to the user that posted this at the Twit community, after less than 6 months, they're adding ads back into the subscription for non-music videos.
I like how his name is Big D.
I've been using Premium Lite because I was being offered more adverts than actual video. The record was 8 ad breaks for 90 minutes, each in a 12-minute video. Yes, each ad was 90 minutes long. An ad for some scam-sounding charity that spent 90 minutes trying to convince you. Now, I don't know if I entirely believe it, but I've seen some goofy ads on YouTube, obviously, and I've covered it. But he's not wrong. Like, every time I watch, like, I don't know, like a 10, 15-minute video on this platform, without an ad block, which I don't have on the system, I always feel like I'm alt-tabbing out of my game like every 2-3 minutes, just so I can move the mouse over and hit skip ad. Like, there is just a lot of ads on this platform, and I think a lot of it just comes out to the fact that YouTube has enshittified the program so much that, like, I think as of a couple weeks ago, a lot of YouTubers were complaining about this because it would ruin their, like, viewer dynamics. But YouTube has been using, like, an AI, their Gemini, to, like, splice in ad breaks automatically onto videos. So you could upload, like, a 10, 12-minute video, and you may not go into the editor and, like, add things in yourself. But YouTube absolutely will. And so it makes it so that when people are watching your 12-minute video, they probably get annoyed and just click off the video because YouTube just keeps assaulting them with constant advertising. And again, I'll get to this later, but I think that it's a really bad time to be an internet service, right? Now, when it comes to subscription services, look, a lot of this started off with like Netflix. For anybody that's too young to remember this, I'll give it to you in the before times. When I was younger, we got a Netflix subscription, and we ended up getting a Netflix subscription because this is before they were just a streaming service. Back in the days of Netflix, you could get a subscription. You could order like a DVD of Spider-Man 2 off of the Netflix catalog. They would send it over to your house. You'd watch the movie.
And then you rip the ISO. In the same
envelope they sent you, you would just package it up again and send it back for free. So Netflix kind of came in and killed the rental movie market, right?
Yeah, it was
why would you go to, I don't know, Blockbuster, take a chance on your Friday night, and then you would try to rent a movie.
And hope there's a movie there.
Always just get rented out for that Friday evening.
So it's just
like a waste of time for anybody to go to the store. The most popular games and movies would always be rented. So you'd go to Netflix, and they just have this whole warehouse of movies that anybody could rent, and you would just get whatever you want, typically. Yep. Then Netflix introduced streaming, and then the streaming just kind of took off. You know, why even bother going to any of these red boxes or, you know, Blockbusters when literally the movies you want are just there for you to stream? You just open an app,
I feel like
you click on the movie, and it just like buffers for a few seconds, and you're into the movie. That literally set apart Netflix from any other, you know, competitor. Now, one thing that I didn't know when I was young at the time was that Netflix was a loss leader. Meaning that Netflix would just give this service at cost, right? Like they would lose money year over year, oftentimes investing millions upon millions of dollars to create their own programming, just so that they could up that user base like crazy. It wasn't until much later that a lot of companies kind of started doing something similar. So you had things like Disney Plus, you had things like Crave here, you had HBO Plus. Now there's like probably 10 to 15 different streaming services. And a lot of those different streaming services have reinvested in themselves. They've become massive. They've dumped a lot of money. And I really feel like the investors that are
ads, monetization, on or off, live ad settings, let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you, recommended, conservative, balanced, aggressive, or you can choose how they schedule mid-roll ads at set frequency, insert mid-roll ads manually. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. It's still there. It's still there. That's right now is a live stream, by the way.
behind this. They want to see an actual return. So now it's like, hey, now that we've got these massive user bases, let's go out of our way to up the prices. And one of the reasons why I just kind of strayed away from Netflix was I ended up getting probably like 5 or 6 emails throughout my ownership. It's like, hey, buddy.
Oh, he might be talking about... where is that? He might be talking about this that he doesn't know about. Automatic chapters, automatic chapters in key moments. A lot of times what that will do is it will put ads at those key moments. So if there's a lot of people skipping the key moments, it will put an ad there. So if you're skipping to that key moment, it'll go there and it'll just put an ad. But that's like what it's there for. So if you're putting in chapters and you're having YouTube do stuff automatically and somebody skips to a key moment, it'll play an ad for them there because they're going to a key moment. And so they want to see that specific part. And you're like, okay, if you want to see this specific part, you're going to have to watch this ad first. And it's like, it's kind of how they do it. But if he has like automatic chapters and shit like that, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. But everything he just said was
We're
incorrect.
upping the price for your plan. We're upping the price for your plan. And it really was just a matter of all I use Netflix for is watching Breaking Bad over and over again. You know, if I want to watch something on Netflix, I might as well just sub for the month that I'm going to be binging and then stop. Which is why, like, you know, when Squid Game drops, like Squid Game, part 3, I'll sub to Netflix, watch a little bit of it, and then probably unsub. Because honestly, spending the entire course of that, you know, super premium package for the 4K and all that.
The big thing they want is they just need you to put in your credit card information once. Once they get your credit, it's the same mentality of a mobile game. That's why they have all those really cheap packages that give you like a shit ton. They're like, oh, it's 100% bonus value. All the other, or 500% bonus value. All that other crazy shit. It's just because that's how they get you to put in your credit card. Because once they get your credit card information in there once, it's so much easier to convince you to buy something else, or it's so much easier for you to buy something else because you don't have to go through the arduous process of putting in your credit card again. It's saved in there, you know? And so if they can get your credit card information, that's all they want. So when you sign up for your trial, your free trial, that's why you have to put in your credit card information. But yeah, so the best thing you could do is do like different credit card information or different credit card numbers and obviously different email addresses, different credit card numbers. I don't even know if you need to do different credit card numbers, just different email addresses. Might need to do different credit card numbers. I'm not 100% sure. But regardless, just do that. Do your 7-day free trial and just watch the show.
That extra bullshit is not worth it, considering all I would
Fuck
use
that
it
shit.
for is watching one show a year and then maybe rewatching things like Dexter or The Office, right? Until, of course, Netflix decides to arbitrarily take that off because they lost the whole licensing agreement. Now, I suspect to go back
And they
to
don't
YouTube,
allow sharing anymore.
YouTube has been so hyper monetized over the last year or two that I really feel like it
Yo, what up, Seth?
might be a scenario where YouTube is more unsustainable than I actually really ever thought. Now, YouTube, ever since like Susan Wojcicki, you know, she passed away, she stepped down from leadership and it passed over to like Neil. It feels like YouTube's tried to like optimize
what,
how much
she passed away?
YouTube, ever since like Susan Wojcicki, you know, she passed away, she stepped down from leadership and it
Susan died? When the fuck? She died last year? Small cell lung cancer. Holy shit. I had no idea. I didn't even know she
passed
died.
over to like Neil. It feels
Jesus
like YouTube's
Christ.
tried to like optimize how much ads they can deliver, and they don't really care about the quality of the ads or if the ads are even safe. It's just how much
This is
can
not
we
land
fucking
destruction, no.
deliver. And, you know, how much can we get people to possibly be annoyed and use YouTube Premium? I'm not even against the idea anymore of this. Well, I am against the idea, but I'm not even against that this idea would happen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube decides to go and charge, you know, maybe like a subscription fee to even access the website some point down the road. I wouldn't even be surprised if YouTube decides to go after the creator and maybe ask them to, you know, or maybe charge them money for using YouTube's vast resources. Remember, a lot of creators upload like multiple hours of video a week. And that is a serious strain on YouTube's server and backend. The fact that you upload a video here and it gets striped to every data center across the world, there's only so much data YouTube can store before it becomes unsustainable. There's just a massive amount of users constantly uploading material.
And I can see that, but if you upload in AV1, it should be not punishable. Although they have to do... Then they have to do some type of transcoding to do it in their own encoder because not all devices can decode AV1 still, which is infuriating. That's not going to happen for another like 10 years, I feel.
And I don't think it's sustainable, which is why I see all of these premium like advertisement options being pushed. Which is why I'm starting to see even like video quality being like rate limited to certain countries or subscription packages. So yeah, it's not a good situation to look at. And the thing is, even if like that happens, you might be like, I'll stop watching YouTube. And I'll probably wager that most people won't because YouTube doesn't really even have any proper competition. Like the only competition that comes to my mind is sites like Odyssey or Rumble. And at least for Rumble, that site usually has that bad connotation that if you get banned from YouTube, you just bring your raunchy ass over here. But from a technical perspective, it's probably the only solid mainstream competitor to YouTube. And same for like Odyssey, for instance.
Can you host videos on Rumble?
YouTube is a website all on its own, right? Like YouTube is
and what the fuck is
like
Odyssey?
the video sharing king. It's becoming like sort of a live streaming platform that you can't ignore. And, you know, considering what's been happening with TikTok and how weird that platform's been in terms of its regulation, YouTube Shorts is at least the only other option alongside Meta that just kind of exists. YouTube has barely any competition, which is one of the reasons why they can shitify their platform. And all people can do is kind of just complain about it. Because again, if there was a better world out there, if there was a better option out there that respected the viewer and the creator more, people might considering stepping away and leaving there. But YouTube is so entrenched that, you know, they really can do this, and all people can do is just effectively complain. But yeah, I mean, I didn't know that YouTube had like a premium light option, and I think it's hilarious that even premium, even if it's premium light, is just becoming fucking ad-ridden.
I don't know
anyways.
why it's premium
So
light.
the whole reason that you would get this
Getting
option,
ads on shorts?
like
though?
if all the ads aren't even gone and you're not getting any
Sending
more
the-
features,
the
is there
ad
even
is
a
gonna be the
point
same
paying
length
for
as the
cheaper
short.
option? At that point, you might as well just budget and cut another subscription service and just go all the way into full YouTube Premium.
Oh,
Because
shorts are
this
limited
shit
by
is
like
just
2
getting
minutes now,
embarrassing.
right?
If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
All right, Muda. We'll give you a like on that one. We'll give you a like on that one, Muda. All right. The video is in the chat. I'll link it there. If you want to check it out, give him a like if you like the video. Subscribe to him if you like his content. He does do a lot of really good content. But yeah, Seth, I don't play Magic anymore. I got kicked out of the creator program. So I don't play anymore. That's pretty much it. Dun dun dun. So you will not see any more land destruction from me. Unless they make a public apology to all content creators, which they will never do. Then I'll come back. And who knows? Maybe I'll break my stubbornness, but the game would have to blow up again. The game would have to blow up again. Because currently it's still dying. Yeah. Currently game is still dying. As far as numbers go. So I'm not super worried about it. And I mean, I would get better numbers doing that than what I'm doing now, but I don't want to rely on a video game to make content. I want people to watch me for like me and my personality. So I would much rather, I want to build like a fan base for me, not a fan base for me playing Magic. So unfortunately, if you're here to only watch me play Magic or something, then may not be the channel for you, unfortunately. But if there is stuff that you want to see or stuff that you want me to do, obviously in the Discord server, discord.gg/Sodium City. Pretty simple. Boom. I'll just throw that in chat. And go there. And you can always leave your suggestions, or you can just DM me. My DMs are open everywhere. So feel free to DM me any suggestions you may have. Because I'm always open for ideas. I'm trying to do a little bit more variety, trying to see what sticks, trying a lot of stuff. But yeah, I have to learn how to do more like video editing because I don't know, I haven't done it in like 15 years. So it's been a long time, and I had to move houses, and there's just been a lot of stuff going on. But now I have nothing but excuses that are unacceptable. So I just have to start doing shit. So, but that is going to be it for me today. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Make sure to stay salty. Later.